Chair Rob, we are now live on YouTube.
Thank you. It's 8:30. I'd like to call the meeting to order. This is the Public Employees Benefit Program Board Meeting, March 23rd, 2023. Can I please have staff take the roll?
Chair Rob,
Here.
Linda Fox. Here. Betsy Aiello.
Here.
Jim Barnes.
Here.
April Karin.
Here.
Leslie Biddleston.
Here.
Jennifer McClendon.
Here.
Tom Verducci.
Here.
Janelle Woodward.
Here.
Michelle Kelly. Here. We have a quorum.
Thank you. Appreciate it. And I want to start by thanking staff. I know it's been a long time since they've had an in-person board meeting. Everybody's become accustomed to doing it on Zoom. It took extra effort to be able to have this meeting in person, but I truly do believe in having meetings in person, and I do thank staff for that. We're going to start with public comment. Public comment will be limited to 3 minutes. Please state and spell your name when you make public comment. And we will start in Carson City. Do we have any public comment to start the meeting in Carson City?
Not little buttons anymore. Thank you. Good morning, Chair Rob and board members. My name for the record is Terry Laird. I'm the Executive Director for RPEN, the Retired Public Employees of Nevada. We represent actives and retirees. We were created in 1976. RPEN currently represents nearly 8,000 dues-paying members, and we are a nonprofit, nonpartisan, federally tax-exempt organization with 17 chapters statewide. We appreciate the work this board and PEB staff face and how much more difficult the work is with a staffing shortage, which the agency has experienced since COVID. We've learned and heard a lot about the state's struggles with staffing shortages at nearly every state agency, including the Legislative Council Bureau, who requested the extended the bill submission deadline this week by 7 more days. The deadline on Monday, March 20th. We've testified many times about the problem at the legislative session currently going on, and we hope a solution will come via retention bonuses and salary adjustments, especially for entry-level workers. We're also in favor of the PEB budget process, returning to pre-COVID levels of funding, including restoration of long-term disability and the stabilization of life insurance for actives as well as retirees who've been subjected to a yo-yo effect over the years. We are also concerned about issues some of our members have had recently experienced with VIA benefits and United Healthcare after they received notices from VIA benefits that they had lost their health reimbursement arrangement, citing something that they did, which they did not do, but rather it was something that Ms. Rich will explain in our next member newsletter. We thank you for your time and the work that you do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any additional public comment?
Good morning. My name is Ken Allen, ALLEN. I'm here representing AFSCME Local 4041 and AFSCME International Union. Previously, I was the director of Oregon AFSCME for 22 years and negotiated state employee contracts covering healthcare costs. We also worked in Oregon with a very similar board, the Public Employees Benefits Board, or PEB, and they provided all the state employee benefits, much like you do. And very, very successful program, provide great benefits at reduced cost. And that PEB board has been around for over 40 years. And I can't, I mean, the great work that they do has provided great benefits for the state employees for many years. I know you're going to consider the plan design of the health insurance plans offered to our members and the future costs of those plans. For our members and all state workers, these decisions are very important. Health insurance issues, both plan design and cost for the employees, is one of the single most important factors impacting recruitment and retention. In comparison to local governments and other state governments, Nevada state insurance costs are high. In reviewing the cost of state employees in Arizona, Utah, Idaho, California, and Oregon, the premium copays in Nevada are high. In a time of high vacancies, the state needs to try and minimize the cost of impacts on employees in two areas: the premium copay and the copay at the provider's offices. We need to pay particular attention to how these impact the lowest paid workers and entry-level employees. Just this week, I've had 3 different members tell me that the high copays at providers have prevented them from getting needed medical care. They actually had to make a decision not to go forward with the care that they needed. I have reviewed the Siegel presentation that you have received today. We're encouraged that the recommendation is to not increase the premium copays. However, we would encourage the PEB board to seek additional legislative funding to improve the plan design of the plans and reduce the premium copay cost to state employees. But it's too late this year to make cost reductions. They should be considered for the next plan year. I want to thank you for allowing our union to present testimony. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to take them.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Further public comment in Carson City? Seeing none, is there any public comment online?
Yes, there are, Chair Rob. I'll get the slide ready in a moment.
Okay, thank you.
As a reminder, Zoom is used for public comment only. This meeting is streaming live on the PEB YouTube channel if you wish to watch the board meeting there. The YouTube link is located on the agenda. For those who have joined for public comment, your name or last 4 digits of the phone number will be announced and you will be advised you have been unmuted. As a reminder for those on the phone, please press *6 to unmute. Please slowly spell and state your name for the record and proceed with your comments. Will the caller with the last 4 digits of 3237, please press *6 to unmute if you wish to give public comment. Caller with the last 4, 3237. The caller with the last 4, 6358, please press *6 to unmute if you wish to make public comment.
Yes, my name is Larry Coffey, last name spelled Coffey. I work for Dieter under vocal rehab in the Bureau of Services for the Blind and Visually Impaired. I'm an orientation and mobility instructor teaching our clients how to use the cane and get around independently, increasing their independence and improving the quality of their lives. I am an AFSCME member of Local 4041. I request that PEB's focus should be on improving our benefits at a lower cost to us employees. PEB staff should request legislature to provide additional funding to PEB for changes as well as the second-year premium so that employees do not have to bear the burden of the increased premiums on year 2. Also, PEB should focus on keeping copays low as well. We're being priced out of using our health benefits because of rising copays. I've been having dental problems and I've had to have 2 surgeries. I tried to do my procedures at the end of the insurance year and the beginning. I ended up having to have multiple surgeries. I just got a bill for $700 for part of the surgery that the insurance did not cover. Currently, I have 6 teeth in my mouth since June, and I need dentures, and I can't afford it. We need to be taking care of as employees. We should not have benefits that we can't even access or utilize. It's embarrassing for me to be in front of our clients and the public when I present with having no teeth in my mouth. And so I really encourage the PEB to really look at this and try to do what's right for us employees. Thank you. Appreciate your time.
You. Do we have any further public comment?
Yes, we do, Chair Rob.
Okay, thank you.
Rosa Marino, you have permission to speak. Please unmute your mic if you wish to make public comment.
No, I didn't have anything to say.
Thank you. Margaret Lewis, you have permission to speak. Please unmute your mic if you wish to make public comment. Vanessa Delgado Acosta, you have permission to speak. Please unmute your mic if you wish to make public comment and spell slow your name for the record.
My name is Vanessa Delgado Acosta, last name Delgado -ACOSTA. All I'd really like to say is, yes, this should definitely be a focus. Our benefits, our premiums keep going up, even though we may be getting some bonuses in the near future, or possible raises, but that is always offset by higher premiums. My husband recently had to cover some insurance. He also works for the state, and he had to get some medications filled, but his medication was overly priced when even with insurance. So yeah, it's kind of hard to get appointments scheduled when you're kind of scared to go to the doctor because you never know how much you're going to have to pay out of pocket. So yes, I'm glad that this is being discussed, and I hope it is a focus moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Will TAYL 45349, please slowly state and spell your name for the record and unmute your mic if you wish to make public comment. Chair Rob, that is all for public comment.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to call public comment one more time towards the city, just in case somebody. Okay, thank you. We're going to move on to agenda item number 3, PEP board disclosure for applicable board meeting agenda items. Deputy Attorney General.
I think we're missing our dad right now. I don't think she has joined.
Okay.
I'm sorry, guys, I didn't realize I was on the mute. Good morning, everybody. I apologize for that. I guess by this time I should have gotten used to unmuting ourselves, but this item, thank you, Madam. Thank you, Chair. This agenda item is to allow me to make a disclosure regarding conflicts of interest on behalf of the board members who are eligible for PEP benefits. Pursuant to NRS 281A.420, on behalf of the board members who are eligible for PEP benefits or whose families are eligible for PEP benefits, I offer this disclosure that they will be voting on those items that may affect the benefits available to them or their family members. The law does not require abstention from voting merely because the board member or their family member is eligible for PEP benefits. At this time, I invite any member of the board who has any additional disclosure to make it now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to agenda item number 4, consent agenda. For possible action, consent agenda items will be considered together and acted on in one motion unless items are removed, be considered separately by the board. Consent agenda item number 4.1, approval action minutes from the January 26th meeting 2023 of the PEP board. And item 4.2, Clifton Larson Allen audit financial statements of Public Employee Benefit Program Self-Insurance Trust Fund and Retiree Health and Welfare Benefits Fund for FY22. Those are the two items on the consent agenda. Is there any discussion or any of those need to be pulled? Seeing none, do we have a motion to pass the consent agenda?
Fox, for the record, I'll make that motion.
We have a motion to approve. Do we have a second?
Leslie Middleton will second.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion and second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. Motion passes unanimous. We are going to take things a little bit out of order today. We are going to take agenda item number 12 before agenda item number 5. 6.
Yeah, before 6:55.
Okay, I didn't hear right. So we'll go to 5, and then we will go to 12 and then 6. So executive officer report for Rich, executive officer informational and for discussion.
Good morning, everybody. Laura Rich for the record. The executive officer report, I mean, goes over, we're going over a lot of the same things that we've gone over in the past. Staffing, unfortunately, the situation hasn't changed. I think that's no surprise. We're at about a 30% vacancy rate right now. Our recruitment efforts have been challenging, challenging to say the least. We've had a few recruitments for our call center staff, and they have not been successful. We've made some offers, and the only offer that was accepted was a promotional opportunity within our agency. We promoted our front desk receptionist to the call center staff. So it doesn't change the numbers, obviously, at PEB. It does help during open enrollment to have more folks on the phones and staffing, at MSU, Member Services Unit. But, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. Open enrollment is going to be rough. It was rough last year. It will continue to be rough this year. When you don't have very many staff and you've got 70,000 people that you're servicing, that are calling in, that are emailing, we don't have the ability to keep up. And so, we are doing everything in our power internally to staff. All staff the month of May have been cut off from annual leave, including executive staff. We are all in the office being 100% present, trying to support open enrollment efforts. So we've also put more people than just member services on the phones. We've got our accounting staff answering accounting phone calls. Usually we've got member services that will assist with that. So we are doing everything in our power to make open enrollment go as smoothly as possible. I think the one thing that we have going in our favor is that there are not a lot of plan changes this year. So everything is fairly status quo. So you don't have a lot of members that are, calling in and asking questions about new benefits other than, we will have some new benefits, but they're not, things like Hinge Health that are specific to physical therapy and things like that, where it's not new deductibles, it's not new pocket maximums, things like that. We don't have a new TPA like we did last year. So open enrollment should go a little bit more smoothly. That is assuming that the legislature doesn't do anything crazy. So, and I'll talk about that in a minute. Additionally, we do have an office move coming up. This is why we have kind of band-aided the situation today. You see that our room is not how it used to look. We are going to be moving to our new office space in the next couple of weeks. And so we've got staff who are packing up, and we're trying to get all the logistics in place so that we can start moving over in waves. There will be a little bit of downtime for PEP just because you've got to switch off IT stuff here in this building and then move it over to the other building, but we think it's just going to be a matter of hours. So it shouldn't be too much downtime. But that is adding to the challenges of, just staffing in general. Legislative matters. We provided a budget presentation to the Joint Senate Finance and Assembly Ways and Means Committee on February 17th. There was definitely a lot of focus on benefits for sure, and finding ways to, I think the legislature is really interested in finding ways to help employees both through wages and in the form of benefits. During the committee meeting, PEB did testify to the committee. We made it very clear that this is during a legislative session. We are doing a lot of work that leads up to open enrollment. Open enrollment's May 1st. Our budget typically closes sometime in April. If they make changes to the budget, everything during open enrollment changes, right? And so I tried to make it very clear that on a normal year, this is very difficult for staff to accommodate, but specifically in this year, it's even more challenging. And so I think that resonated with the committee members, and we've been having some conversations behind the scenes as to, what kind of options the legislature has to increase benefits or even, increase funding to PEB in ways that don't affect that last minute budget, at least for this year. So in the second year of the biennium, they can do whatever they need to do. But in that first year of the biennium, we're already set to go. And, open enrollment meetings have been scheduled. We have documents that have been updated. We have, in fact, I know in my mailbox, I have something from PEP right now. And so we've already done all the work that leads up to open enrollment. And so when things change at the last minute, it really is difficult to go back and undo it. And then it creates member confusion and all sorts of things. And so I think that's really resonated. We're working with the legislators to figure out ways. And there are many options of, getting around that and figuring out ways to really improve benefits without that immediate disruption. There is a committee meeting scheduled for March 30th that is focused on employee compensation and benefits. That's about it. I know that we've been asked to attend, but we will not be presenting. It's just PEB has been asked to be there for questions. And so we'll be there on March 30th, and I believe it is a work session. So we'll see what they have in mind on the 30th. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Mr. Verducci.
Yes, thank you, Tom Verducci, for the record. Officer Rich, what would you say is leading to the vacancy rates at this level? And what do you think as a board, and what do you think the state could do to actually help out? It's a pretty severe, almost crisis situation. What do you think is leading to the level where we're at today?
Laura Rich, for the record, my personal opinion, just based on the interviews that we've done internally at PEB, it comes down to pay. It is 100% down to pay. Yes, there's obviously benefits do take into account into the bigger picture, but we're just not competitive in pay. So I do want to add, and thank you, Chair Rob, because I know he's spearheaded this effort. We do have the ability now to hire incoming new candidates. We used to have to hire them at a step 1. So that's the lowest for those, I know you're not a state employee. So that's the first step and the entry level step to come in. And so as you progress, you can go from step 1 all the way to step 10. And you usually progress every year up until you get to step 10, and then you're topped out. We have been given the flexibility as agencies to hire at higher levels than a step 10. And so that may help some recruitment efforts as well. But it's still challenging. What can we do as a board? I think that having these types of conversations where, we only have the ability to affect benefits today, premiums, right? And I plan on talking about it when we get to premium, to the Plan Year 24 premium agenda item. But, if we look at that as there was some discussion about employees where our premiums are potentially, they are higher than other local governments. We've talked about it before. Yes, they are, but the state's taken a different methodology. We tend to subsidize the whole family versus just the employee, right? Whereas local governments, they give out, their premiums usually for an employee is free. Adding your family is a lot more costly. If you look at other local governments, and we've had the comparison, right? Adding your family is typically more costly at those local governments, whereas we don't provide free premiums to employees, but we also make it less costly to add the family members. And so we've taken kind of a different methodology. Is that the right one? Maybe that's something that we need to look at moving forward because of, what is our focus? Is our focus if we want to, recruit and I don't know if that's the right answer because maybe people are looking for those lower premiums for families and not just the $0 premiums for employees. So, there's things like that we can consider. But I do believe that the legislature is really doing what they can to, to put out options out there. And I know I'm working with them pretty closely on, what kind of options. We've provided a lot of different options to them.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Leslie Biddleston for the record. I'm a 24-year state employee myself and a hiring manager with 50% vacancy rate in my own unit right now. So I've been doing a lot of interviews. So I kind of wanted to add to what Ms. Rich said regarding candidates. I think there's a couple of problems, at least that I'm seeing. Candidate quality is one. I don't know how some candidates get through the vetting process. That's been interesting. And then secondly, another thing that we're seeing is we'll schedule interviews with with individuals. Either they don't show up or they've gotten another job before our interview, or we have interviewed them and possibly offered the job and they say, nope, that job's too hard for the amount of money that we're getting. So I think that there's a lot of factors at play, and I just kind of wanted to add to what Ms. Rich said to that. The other thing, if I could, about legislature, the one thing I have presented my own programs in front of the legislature over the years, and this year seems to be a lot of new legislators. So we find that we're spending a lot of time educating our new legislators rather than, getting into some of the meat and the heart of the issues. So no question, just comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Rob. Michelle Kelly for the record. Executive Officer Rich, I appreciate all the work you do, and I'm glad we've had this discussion around staffing because I've heard from the HR departments that I work with that everyone is feeling extreme trepidation about this open enrollment period. I think that people are already having issues getting in contact with PEB sometimes, and so we're not even. I hate to put it that way, but and we're not even in open enrollment period. So I guess I have a question around that, and then I have another comment. So I just wonder, we have a month of open enrollment. It's the only time our employees can pick and choose and make important choices for the year. And I keep hearing, both in public comment and just generally, about how employees can't afford the co-pays and, you know, the premiums. I think there's some confusion about what a co-pay is and what a premium, but I keep hearing that either people can't afford to get the services they need, or they can't afford the plans. And I think there has to be a happy medium. And I see in the numbers that we still have, the most of our members are in the high deductible plan, which of course doesn't provide co-pays and does make accessing that services more difficult. But we have introduced the middle tier or the low deductible plan. And, you know, it's what we're in our open enrollment will be the 3rd year of the low deductible, I think, maybe the 4th. Anyway, we have this low deductible plan that's only slightly more expensive from an employee's perspective. I think it's $20, which, you know, but what you get for that $20 are those affordable copays. So I'm doing a bit of editorializing in case there's people on the phone. But I wonder, my concern is open enrollment is the opportunity these people have to switch. And they're also turned off at the moment. How are they going to be educated about these plans if they can't get onto PEB to kind of talk to someone about, this is my situation, how do I pick? And I know none of us can give advice, but we can guide, right? We can point out the important aspects. So my concern is we get to May 15th and we have all of these people that suddenly go, oh, I need help selecting a plan. This is my one opportunity. And nobody gets back to them. So I guess, you know, what do you say to that? Like, what do we say to employees who say, you know, I've made this call and I've not heard back? How do we provide guidance to them? How are you going to ensure that, I guess, that these people are given the answers or an answer, maybe not the answer they're looking for, but an answer.
Laura Rich for the record. I appreciate that. And last year we had a lot of changes, right? We changed TPAs, there was a lot of vendor changes. And so there were a lot of people that were confused. And I would say we were fairly flexible. If there was any, if we could show that the person made an effort and that there was, you know, there was an email, there was a phone call, there was, you know, something to show, okay, they've tried, they've attempted, and, you know, so we did make a lot of exceptions in that situation. Now, if someone came in August and said, you know, hey, now I want to change, that's a little bit, we're too far along, right? But, you know, first week of June, we had a lot of exceptions. It continued just because of the situation that we were in. I anticipate that happening again this time around.
Okay, I appreciate that response. And so, so you're saying if we get our employees, just make sure that they're reaching out to PEB, that they can provide that trail. And then if whatever answer they get changes their opinion close to just after open enrollment, there could be some leeway. Thank you very much. That's a great answer. And then my next question is just, I guess it maybe is more of a discussion later, but I wanted to put it on the table. Sorry, Chair Rob, I know we're getting out of here at 2:30. So, you know, every biennium, we end up in this situation where we're disappointed at the initial budget we've been given, and the legislators are talking about maybe doing something for us. But open enrollment always happens at the same time, right? It's always May. And so it's always, you know, I'm sure the message is always the same. You know, it's really difficult for us to make changes. But since I've been in PEB and since all the years I've watched PEB, we've never actually made significant changes in the off years because we never had the money. So I'm just wondering, what's the nexus of we can't improve benefits this year because it's too close to open enrollment versus improving the benefits for our employees? You know, we have all year, we talk about what we're taking away from employees. And we just never have time to talk about thoughtfully what we're going to give employees. And so in a legislative session where there maybe is an opportunity to improve, I guess I'm wondering, other than HSAs and HRAs, which, which really don't impact our employees that much, they don't seem to value them the same way they value a lower copay. How do we actually make structural changes and start giving things back to employees in a meaningful way that they actually recognise the benefits are getting better?
Well, Rich, for the record, that's a very good question, and it's a very, I think, very complicated political answer because there's so many steps along the way in a budget process, right? First, I think, PEB, we try to have strategic sessions at least every other year to where we have these discussions and we try to bring things to the table and we bring, so that we can include it in our budget request. When the executive branch is typically the process for the executive branch is you get, agencies get a set of instructions to build a budget. And this year, or really was last year, the set of instructions were make do with what you have, a flat budget, right? And so knowing the situation that PEB was in, where a flat budget for us is really a reduction in benefits, right? Because you have to keep up with the cost of healthcare. And so the first thing I did was, make the frantic phone call to the governor's finance office and say, is there any way that, we can get an exception to this? There's, this is going to result in a reduction of benefits. And they were very amenable to that. There's a few other agencies who have that as well. And so we got that exception to the rule. But again, you have criteria that you have to meet. And so that is, you've got the board that has a bit of control. Then you've got, the executive branch who then builds a budget, and that becomes the governor's recommended budget. And that's something that's really out of our control. And then you get to the legislature, and that is now in the hands of the legislature. And so we have the ability to influence, but we really, a lot of it is out of our control because it's, there's steps along the way. Something that I've thought of that potentially we could do is, in the off year leading up to our budget building session, we can have a strategic planning session and we can potentially come up with, options, enhancements, not just cost saving programs, but potentially enhancements as well. And we can build them into the budget, and we can provide, similar to what we did this time, where it was, this is the PEB budget adhering to the GFO guidelines, and this is the PEB budget, what we really want. And so that the second PEB budget may not go anywhere. We don't have any control over that, but at least we do have, this is what we're recommending, and then at least it provides a guideline, not just for the governor's recommended budget, but it also provides a guideline for potentially if it does make its way to the legislature, that as well. And so, but we'd have to do that in the off year so that we can include it in our budget. It's all about timing in this 2-year legislative process. So.
Okay, thank you. And I appreciate you outlining the challenges that we currently operate under. In thinking about this, and I understand that the state works on a fiscal year, but why can't the plan year be changed? Why can't we change the plan year to October 1 to September 30th?
That is something that could potentially, Laura Rich, for the record, that could potentially happen. I'm going to look over at Carrie because she's giving you the stink eye right now.
She really gives us smiling.
For fiscal accounting, state accounting purposes, that's also a nightmare. So it's not something that is impossible. That is something I've actually thought about. It's just very difficult.
It's just like, so Michelle Kelly for the record. This is the second legislative session that I've been on the board. The first one I was kind of brand new, but it is also the second legislative session that I've heard that the legislators show some willingness, but it's just so problematic that then the last time they just moved away from it, right? They just went too hard. And so if because of, and I don't want to minimize the accounting because I know just the normal accounting is terrible, but if moving the plan year and ends up having a better product for all employees, including PEP staff who are doing the accounting, then, I would just propose that it's something we should maybe be discussing, because I feel like when we make it so hard I've watched a few legislative workshops this time, and when it gets too hard, like they've got so many other hard things that it's kind of a potato, they just kind of drop and go, all right, well, next time, so thank you for the opportunity. That's the end of my comments.
Ms. Woodward.
Janelle Woodward for the record, if I can say my name. A quick question. We did do 2 budgets, correct? Or you guys did, we didn't do that. Is that a case where that second budget just didn't go anywhere? Is that something we could put forward to them for the second year?
Laura Rich for the record. So the budget process, we're part of the executive branch. So we don't recommend to the legislature. This is the governor's budget. And so it's up to the governor to present a budget. So as a board, we presented 2 options for a budget. And so the first option was what made it into the governor's recommended budget. So as part of the executive branch, I don't have the ability to overstep the governor and say, hey, legislature, that would probably be inappropriate and I might not have a job. But then you do have conversations with legislators. So for example, that second budget had enhanced, that the life insurance was restored, long-term disability was restored. And so some of the questions were, how much is it going to cost to restore long-term disability? I've provided the legislators with that cost. I've provided the legislators with not just the cost, but what it's going to take to do that kind of thing. So no, we didn't hand them over a budget, but they've asked the questions and we've provided the answers that basically encompass what was in that budget.
So does it make a difference for employees to speak up on their own behalf to legislature for the future? If we can't do something right now, maybe they can influence we're going to give some extra for that second year, because I know in conversations I've had with legislators, they have no idea that costs go up the second year because they're not thinking that way at all.
So Laura Rich for the record, the costs, typically they would go up just because the cost of healthcare usually goes up every year, right? And so but we budget so that subsidy is typically more that second year to cover that cost. And so the problem is when it goes up more than what we've projected, there's no way to increase that subsidy. And so that's when we have to increase premiums that second year. So we try to do things to mitigate that. It's a, planning 2 years in the future for healthcare is somewhat difficult. So, you try to hit it, but it is, you're not always right on the mark. But yes, I would say power in numbers, right? The more voices, the more noise. Usually this, the squeaky wheel gets a grease.
Just real quick, kind of question, comment, but you really don't have to answer. In thinking for next time or next year, I know like we did two budgets, but I wonder if there's an ability to do a module so that if the legislature says it looks like we're going to have more money, we could shop for this thing or this thing. And then in our prep for open enrollment, we could say, this is what we have now, but we think they may approve one of these modules, and we'd have a slight iteration of stuff ready so that then if they approve one of those modules, the stuff is ready to roll. So everyone's not scrambling May 1. Maybe there's 2 modules. So we have 3 iterations that are not that, and we pull the correct open enrollment, just trying to think of, so we don't have the same problem for eternity, which is what I think Michelle was trying to get at, is maybe there could be something like that, just throwing ideas out.
Laura Rich for the record. So that sort of works, but because everything is built into the rate, it changes everything. It changes the premiums. It changes, you know, and so if you pull this lever, 6 other ones do this, you know, and so it does become pretty complex. And so there are things that can be done that are outside of rates, and they can fund things outside of like increasing an HSA or HRA, especially if you're going to do it for all plans. That's easy because all we're doing is really just changing the number. And so, yes, you have to change it in the system. You have to change it in, you know, you're changing a 3 to a 6 or, you know, whatever in the plan documents. And so that's semi-easy. But when everything's worked into a very, very complex math equation with, you know, if anyone has seen our budget workbooks, it's like, you know, 15 tabs of Excel, you know, sheets, and they all tie. It is a very, very complex situation. And so the math behind it it changes everything. And so that's where, because everything's built into that budget and into the cost of the plan, it becomes very complex. So there's certain things that if done the right way, it's very easy. There's other things that if they do on the normal way, how things should be done at the last minute, it becomes just overly complex and changes the rates. And I mean, the rate tables themselves are, you know, it's a lot of work that goes into it. So that's the problem.
Any other questions?
Oh, I'm sorry, just one last question, more a practical question. So you did indicate that PEB was going to have some downtime, but probably only hours. How are you going to communicate that to all of the agencies to let them know that everyone's going to be offline?
So the agency reps will get updated. They'll receive a notification on this. The system also will have, you know, a banner saying PEP is down, and then our phones will also say, you know, from 3 to 5 p.m. on this day, you know, we are shut down because of an office move. And so we're doing everything we can to communicate that. It's only going to be a matter of hours, so it shouldn't be terrible, but that's assuming everything goes smoothly. And we all know, you know, IT, sometimes when you turn something off here and turn something on there, it can be problematic. But our IT staff they've done a great job, and they've assured me that everything is planned to work fine. We also have EATS supporting us, you know, the state IT department. And so that should help as well.
Thank you.
Okay, any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll move on to agenda item number 12. Information discussion regarding Office Project Management statewide ERP implementation and the integration of PEB enrollment and eligibility functionality. Laura Rich, Executive Officer, is informational discussion. I'd also like to bring Brian Bowles to the table just in case there's questions.
So Laura Rich for the record. Just a little bit of background on this. In On March 24th of 2022, the PEB board did approve the recommendation to terminate PEB's contract with LSI. And that was, as I know a lot of us are trying to forget about it in our memories, but it was just a result of an unsuccessful implementation and go live. So we went back to our previous vendor, who is LifeWorks, who we are using today for our enrollment and eligibility system. The PEB board at the time approved that staff move forward with an RFP, request for proposal, for a new eligibility and enrollment system with a proposed go live date of January of 2025. So in 2019, LSI was also chosen as the contracted vendor to integrate the Smart 21 ERP. So that is the statewide, financial and HR basically overhaul of all of our antiquated systems. Shortly after PEB decided to terminate our contractual arrangement with LSI, the state also issued its own termination to LSI for its role as an integrator in the Smart 21 project. So since then, PEB, with the assistance of Siegel IT Consultants, has developed a comprehensive list of requirements, and we have been working on developing and rolling out an RFP for an enrollment eligibility system. The Office of Project Management has also been working on contracting with a new integrator for what was previously known as Smart 21. I think there's some rebranding happening, but OPM is currently engaged in that process today, and there should be a decision made here shortly on who that integrator is going to be. So although PEB and Smart 21, we experienced our own setbacks with our respective implementation, we did learn a lot of lessons throughout that process. I think one of the most important lessons is PEB touches everything in the state. We touch HR, we touch payroll, we have just a lot of overlap in the entire ERP system that the state is going to be putting in. And so it's really imperative that we work very closely with that ERP implementation. And so as a result, I had reached out to the folks that are working on that project and said, look, we're both at square one. Let's work very closely together, because if PEB's doing this and OPM is doing this, and then at some point we come together, that may not work. We need to, completely go on very similar paths. We cannot contract with different vendors and then tell those vendors to work with each other and expect everything to go smoothly. So I began working with OPM and their partner SAP Software at the time to capture specific requirements so that we could include all of what was necessary in that partnership, in that project. And as a result of these conversations, we decided, okay, it's in our best interest to work collaboratively and figure out how we can move forward together versus, in separate directions. So OPM currently has a service agreement that's authorized by the Board of Examiners under statewide contract for cloud solutions with Carahsoft. And so as a result of some of these conversations, with purchasing, the division of purchasing, made us aware that PEB doesn't have to RFP. In fact, there's already an RFP out there that captures exactly what we need, the HR and financial systems. And so we could leverage that RFP through current statutes and not have to release our own RFP. So that we're using that contract vehicle. It's under NRS 333.475 to not just join that contract, it's actually negotiating our own contract. So we do not have to RFP. We would negotiate a contract with the OPM vendor. And that OPM vendor, whoever that is awarded to, PEB would negotiate our own contract with that OPM vendor, and we would then utilize either their subcontractors or potentially, some of their partnerships to then move forward with an enrollment and eligibility system. We think that by doing this, not only does it, instead of all the time that we would be spending releasing an RFP, we're able to actually do the work and implement and put something together and work with the Office of Project Management to ensure, because the state is really, it's the bulk of our membership, right? And she is the remainder, or and then we've got some boards, commissions and things like that, but the state is really the bulk of the membership. By going down this route, utilizing that RFP, we are able to then just negotiate our own contract. And so it wouldn't be an OPM contract. And we would then use that integrator to vet other industry solutions. And additionally, using our consultants or IT consultants to ensure that the solution we have, one, they're able to meet all of the requirements, the scope of work, and two, that the cost that we're getting is an appropriate cost and competitive cost. So we would have a little bit more flexibility. And on top of that, I think just working with the Office Project Management, we would be using the same vendor, we're both starting at square one. We are able to work together versus taking two different paths and coming together at the end and saying, okay, two vendors work together. And I know that this vendor's done this and this vendor's done that, but now you've got to merge two IT solutions. It never works out that way. It doesn't work out well that way. And that's really what happened with the LSI situation. PEB started much later in the process than Smart 21. And so by the time that we came on board and said, okay, now we're going to be integrating with the Smart 21 project, there were already things that were identified, and they hadn't even taken into account a lot of the PEP specific situations. So given that this is an HR and financial systems overhaul and PEB touches every single point of that, it just makes sense to coordinate and work closely with Office Project Management on that. And so, and we do have Mr. Bowles here, who is the administrator now, right? Administrator of the Office Project Management, in case there's any questions for him as well.
Mr. Verducci.
Yes, Tom Verducci for the record. I noticed this is an action item here, and will this come back to the board in order to make a decision, or is it somewhere else on today's agenda?
So Laura Rich for the record, this is actually an information item. The action is later on in the contract report. So in the contract report is where we have all of the contracts and procurements that are in progress. And so during that agenda item, we're going to be recommending the cancellation of that RFP because of this agenda item.
Fantastic, thank you.
Ms. Kelly.
Thank you. Michelle Kelly for the record. I just have more of a comment / request. I think this is a great idea. It's very efficient. So thank you for exploring this. I know PEB isn't as big a state, but PEB is big. We have a lot of eligibility issues with PEB. So my request would be that through this project, NSHE actually be included as someone that the contractors work with to integrate some of our eligibility systems. I don't know if that's already planned, but certainly, I think it would behoove all of us to get ahead of this and include it in the initial contract so that NSHE, so that it's easier for all of us. That would be great.
Laura Rich, for the record, yes. So while this is, the ERP implementation is really just for the state, we've made it very clear that we service those that are outside of the state, such as NSHE, such as the Legislative Council Bureau, such as the boards and commissions, right? So we do have to make those accommodations to all of those other, entities that we service, because it's not just the state. And, but the state and NSHE are the two biggest ones. And so that is really where, a lot of the focus and attention goes to in order to facilitate and make those processes more efficient. The good thing is that NSHE uses Workday. And so that is something that is, fairly well known in the marketplace, and something that, we can probably work with this vendor. Well, we will have to work with the vendor to make sure that they can accommodate and use that Workday solution to the best of our ability, to make things more efficient, because right now they really aren't.
Thanks, Michelle Kelly, for the record. Just to follow up, I think that if NSHE and the Workday, because just to be clear, the NSHE Workday solution is not the Workday solution where you just pick it up and drop it in. It is customized, which is how Workday, works. But for smaller colleges, they just pick it up and drop it in. But we do have a robust IT staff, and I think that they would be appreciative of being included, especially for the integration files. I think if we can integrate some of this automatic stuff as if we are also HR, right? Because I'm sure that's your goal as well. But I think that if it's really put in the contract that this is essential, and then NSHE IT people are included from the get-go, I think it would be really a good use of everybody's time. And then, I'm sorry, I have to say it, testing, please. I think like some of the integrations this year that we've all gone through, I continue to hear just about how there was just a lack of testing, especially with NSHE. I don't know if it was across the board, but we did not get the opportunity to test things the way we should have. And as a result, I think cleanup's still happening. So testing, and then please test again. I would appreciate it. Thank you.
For the record, I think part of the reason for the lack of testing was a lack of time. And so this extends the runway that we have. And I think that's going to actually increase our ability to test thoroughly and work out all the kinks, right? And so I really do think that this is a good path for that, because we're using the time to do that kind of stuff versus RFP for our own solution. So
Brian Bowles, for the record, if I could comment, thank you. And since it's the first time that I'm speaking, thank you to the board and the chair for your flexibility in moving this agenda item up. I really appreciate that. To your point, I think not only will we be reaching out, what I heard, I thought was a very robust offer of help to my office from NSHE, and so accepted. We will absolutely be reaching out when the time is right to bring your IT folks and your subject matter experts into the room when we're discussing design, when we're discussing integration and development, because it's critical to do so. In my conversations with Executive Officer Rich, when we talked about the plan that she laid out for you today, we immediately asked for help from her staff to work on the integration and the design of the ERP that we're doing now. And so Ms. Eaton and Mr. Proper are going to be coming into our building, and we're going to be pulling all the contents of their brains out so that we can build the ERP and build the necessary hooks within the software. So when the time comes for the enrollment and eligibility piece to begin work, they already exist within the system that we're building so that we can have that seamless integration. which is really what the state and PEB needs to get a robust system that works. And so in the same manner that we would be pulling in early and often from our subject matter experts and our resources, that we would be doing the same with NSHE when the time comes to do the enrollment and eligibility piece.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. And I nominated them. I hadn't told them, but I know they'll be I know they'll be energized by the thought.
Volunteer and voluntold.
Exactly. Thank you.
I'm going to add to what Mr. Bowles brought and follow up on your testing. I am one of the 3 members of the executive committee. Now Laura's going to be working with us at the executive committee level. We are championed by Jim Wells out of the governor's office, and there's going to be a high ask of all agencies to ensure that we have not only subject matter experts in the room to make sure we get it built right, but the super users of the system to make sure that it gets tested right. I have, in my prior roles, worked on a lot of billing system and customer interface systems, and we've tested the heck out of it, but there's difference between 100 people testing something robustly and 20,000 people using a system. There is a big difference. I came from wildlife. We rolled out a new system. We tested the heck out of it. You rolled out to 85,000 people. They're going to find things you never thought of. So it will be robustly tested, but we're going to remain nimble. So when those bugs are discovered to roll out, that we can act on those and get them taken care of before they become huge issues.
Lovely. Thanks, Chair. Sounds great. Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am. Any other questions? Seeing none, we'll close agenda item 12. Thank you, Mr. Bowles, for your time this morning. And we will move on to agenda item 6, discussion of possible action on diabetes prevention, diabetes self-management, education, and support pilot program. Executive Officer.
Laura Rich, for the record, we do have, I believe, Chris Syverson virtually. Verify she's available.
I am here.
Okay, perfect. So I'm just introducing Ms. Chris Syverson with the Nevada Business Group on Health. I want to give props to Ms. Fox here, who actually brought this idea to my attention and got both myself and Ms. Syverson together to have these discussions. And I'm really going to just hand it off to Chris, and she can kind of go over our idea for a pilot program related to diabetes. So.
Thank you, Agency Director Rich and the PEB board. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today. I do have one logistic question. Do you have my presentation and can you see me or my presentation?
We can see you and we have your presentation available, yes.
Okay, may I share my screen then?
I think you can, if IT can, yeah.
Yes, Chris, you should be able to. Give it a try.
Okay, can you see it?
We can see you.
You can see me. So.
No, it doesn't show that you're sharing yet.
Okay, just one moment, sorry. You know, you have to love technology, right? Okay. Share screen. Okay, can you see it now?
Yes. Yeah.
Great. Let me see if I can put it in share mode. First of all, I'd like to take the opportunity to introduce myself and my organization and give you a little heads up on what we're going to talk about today. So I am the CEO for Nevada Business Group on Health and Nevada Health Partners. We're 2 organizations. We have been around for going on 30 years. And we are a public-private partnership that works with employers, around all different kinds of employers, self-insured primarily, but we do work with some fully insured programs. Some of the names of the companies that we work with would be Washoe County School District, City of Sparks, as well as ClickBond, Carson Nugget, and other organizations. Today, we're also going to talk about the CDC programs for diabetes prevention and diabetes self-management. We're going to talk about an association that we have with the state of Nevada and the CDC to provide these programs and offer the opportunity to pilot some of these programs for state of Nevada PEB members. Our ultimate goal in this is to increase awareness of type 2 diabetes and pre-diabetes, and eventually to hopefully provide coverage within benefit plans for these benefits. As I mentioned, we are Nevada Business Group on Health and Nevada Health Partners. NVBGH is really, both are nonprofit, and the first really is formed NVBGH to work on clinical programming, cost-effective healthcare, and community health. We also have just recently signed a robust data platform. I know you all are talking about data platforms. Ours is much simpler, to do data aggregation where we can take all the claims from all of our employers and look at where they're spending their money and look at disease states and try to help them target some of those areas. That's actually how this diabetes program came about. What we found was that diabetes was maybe not a primary diagnosis in a lot of situations, but diabetes was a comorbidity in a lot of situations, and certainly aggravates and compounds the care when you're facing another chronic disease or any disease, as COVID taught us, with diabetes being a complicator. We do have a secondary organization that we're not going to talk about today, but that is Nevada Health Partners. We have direct contracting, we have our own pharmacy program, and other areas that we work with our employers. We are also a part of the National Alliance of Healthcare Purchasing Coalitions, which is a really big mouthful, but it's approximately 50 different healthcare purchasing coalitions and clinical coalitions like ours across the United States. We support about 12,000 healthcare purchasers, providing healthcare coverage to over 45 million Americans. We represent a huge cross-section. I also have the distinct pleasure of chairing the board for this organization nationally. So it's been a very exciting time. I'm also chairing a national committee on high-cost claims. What we found was small to medium-sized, even large employers are really struggling with the cost of high-cost claims. And again, diabetes is one of those things that can really drive the cost of a claim up. Today, I want to talk about the DPP, or the Diabetes Prevention Program. This program was developed by the CDC. It is a public-private partnership of community organizations, employers, a lot of different groups to really work to establish evidence-based programming to help reduce type 2 diabetes. It is a year-long program, so this is not for the faint of heart, but it's an evidence-based program. Sessions are weekly for 6 months and then monthly for 6 months. That's kind of hard to say. It's to train employees to make real lifestyle changes. They meet with a coach. We have several different organizations that we are working with to provide this training. We actually don't provide the training, but we've been able to partner with a couple of other organizations to do it at no cost. That's key. Participants meet with a coach and work on lifestyle training. It's been proven to cut a participant's risk of developing type 2 diabetes by 50%. So the DPP program is for those employees or members who may have been diagnosed with pre-diabetes, okay? Things such as healthy eating, exercising, stress, you can see all the things here that is a part of the program. We can do several different delivery methods. They can be in person. During COVID, we certainly did a virtual. We did 2 virtual classes, distance learning, or any combination thereof. Sometimes what happens is they start meeting in person to get founded and then get the relationship founded. and then move to a virtual situation. Results of the CDC's DPP program is weight loss of 5 to 7% of body weight is achieved by reducing calories and increasing activity, resulted in 58% lower incidence of type 2 diabetes. For people 60 and older, the program reduced the incidence of type 2 diabetes by 71%. And after 10 years, 34% had a lower incidence of type 2 diabetes. So here's the simple math. The type 2 diabetics on average cost a plan like PEB $10,000 more a year than a non-diabetic. So depending on the number of pre-diabetics or diabetics that you have in your plan, this can be a big cost strain. The normal cost of a DPP program is anywhere from $150 to $600 in total. I would probably go more towards that higher $600 cost for a program. But a one-time cost of a program and saving $10,000 a year per member or employee could be significant. The second part of this program is what's called DSMES, or Diabetes Self-Management Education and Support. This is for people who have already been diagnosed as a type 2 diabetic. It is, again, evidence-based foundation to provide people with tips and tricks and lessons on how to eat healthier and how to identify triggers for yourself. I actually had the opportunity to go through a DSME class as an observer to find out how the program worked. Because we were offering it, I wanted to know how it worked, and it was very, very good, and a lot of simple things. It's a 6-week program offered for people who have type 2 diabetes. Sessions are 2.5 hours a week for 6 weeks, and we have trained leaders. People who have provided training for us in the past is Access to Healthcare and Sanford Center for Aging. If we were to roll out the PEB program, we've also identified trainers who can work throughout the state and in the South as well. Why is this important to PEB? Laura and Agency Director Rich and I worked on with the PEB third-party administrator and found that the state of Nevada had approximately 3,700 diabetics on their plan and 2,400 pre-diabetics. In addition, the CDC statistics show that 8 out of 10 adults have pre-diabetes and don't know it. So of those 2,400 with pre-diabetes, those are ones that we've already identified, and we know that that number could be much, much greater. Our program, we received a grant through the state of Nevada. It's actually a sub-grant of the CDC to bring employees and employers to the table to talk about the coverage of DPP and DSMES in their benefit program. We have partnered with our employer groups. 7 of our employer groups have taken advantage of these programs. And we also were able to find groups that could provide the training at no cost. So what we were able to do is bring the employees and the members and bring the people to provide the training together. And what we did is we called it a pilot program. I've worked with public agencies in the past, having retired from City of Sparks, and know that sometimes making plan changes is very, very difficult. And so what we wanted to do is to offer this on a pilot basis to see how it works and see how the state or our employers that have been utilizing this program like it. And then we would have the evidence base to perhaps look at offering it as a covered benefit. We have no stake in this program. We get nothing by offering this as a benefit or not. Our goal is just community and population health. There's very little workload for the agency. The other important thing is confidentiality at a member level is preserved. So many of you probably feel like a lot of people in the world, which is, I don't really want my employer to know what is going on with my health, right? That's private to me. So what we do is we work with the people that provide the training and identify those people through the third-party administrator and reach out to them either directly or passively, meaning we can do a communication to all state employees generically, or we can reach out specifically kind of around the state and let them know that this program is available. What are we asking? We're asking permission to move ahead to identify a potential pilot group. communicate the program, certainly in conjunction with the state, identification of potential eligible members, reviewing and giving you all results of the program, and then sometime down the road, depending on the results, consideration of PEB to cover the DPP and DSMES in their self-funded benefit plan moving forward. So I have given you just a lot of information in a very short time period. So I would be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much for an informative presentation. Do we have any questions of the board?
This
Ms.
is,
Aiello?
this is Betsy Aiello for the record, and it's not really about this program itself, but I know that we have seen it in our meetings and on our agendas, presentations on obesity management and diabetes management already within our program. And I'm not sure if this, because it sounds like a very good program, but I don't know if this is duplicative to what we already have or how that plays.
Laura
That's a very good question. One of the things that we have found is there are so many different, different situations that come into play here. There's weight management. There's, certainly hypertension. There's all different things, and a lot of times what we see is different disease states are targeted. We have agency director Rich and I talked about this, and what we feel is that this would be a complementary program and give a different alternative to just weight management, but actually focus on lifestyle.
And Laura, Rich, for the record, just to add to that, we do have a diabetes management program, but it really is just a value-based program where we're providing those types of benefits at lower costs. The insulin at a lower cost and things like that. We're not providing, we don't really have anything in place today that provides the counseling type services and things like that specifically for diabetics. Now we will be implementing on July 1st, the Real Appeal program, which is specifically more for weight loss. And we all know that, weight loss and diabetes go, hand in hand. But as Ms. Iverson said, there's a complementary aspect to it versus a duplicative aspect. So, and the important thing is it comes at no cost. And so it doesn't hurt to to offer this in as many different ways as possible so that people can take advantage of these types of programs, whether it's, through the Real Appeal weight loss, or if it's specifically, and in this situation, we would be specifically reaching out to those who have been identified as type 2 diabetics.
So this is Betsy again, and that comes at no cost is because of the grant that you mentioned?
That's correct.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Two questions. First question is, what is included in that $10,000 average for folks that are pre-diabetic or type 2 diabetic because they are not insulin dependent at that point? And my second question is, you've identified 3,700 diabetics and 2,400 pre-diabetics. What percentage of those folks will be the pilot, or what percentage would be the pilot program? I guess.
Very good question. Chris Severson again for the record. In regards to, let me see, your first question was,
what goes into the $10,000?
What goes into the $10,000, right? First of all, people with type 2 diabetes often are on insulin. I know, for instance, my husband is. So there's definitely an increased cost of medications. Most people with either type 2 diabetes or pre-diabetes many times are on medication. So part of that is medication cost. It's increased in visits to the physician and definitely complications of diabetes. There are, vision, neuropathy. There are conditions that are caused by diabetes that would cause these increased health claims. And secondly was who would be identified in the pilot. We would be working with the state to find out what they wanted to do in regards to identifying the specific populations. In my other employers, what we did is we were able to go out and identify specifically those people. We opened it up to employees as well as retirees and dependents because we feel it's a problem that is affecting all of them. What we'll do is we'll work with the state, we'll look at our capacity to offer the programming and we'll stage it. So we may do it, I don't know if we'll do it by location or we'll do it by group or area, but we'll work with the state to see what works best for them and what they would recommend.
Thank you.
Ms. Kelly.
Michelle Kelly for the record. So I'm sorry, just help me understand. Are you looking for one group of PEB participants, or is this the pilot program actually the 12-month period with multiple groups?
We can do either. We will probably start with at least one DSME class and one DPP class, depending on the response that we get back or those identified groups that we have worked with the state. We'll identify how many and roll them out as we go.
Okay, thank you. And just to follow up then, what I'm not sure who to address this question is, but what metrics, how do you measure success or otherwise? Like what are the metrics there?
Sure. If we have it, we would, one metric that we would measure would be your A1C level, which is typically how diabetics are measured as far as how they're doing in managing their diabetes. Weight loss is another one. Adherence to coming to the class and attendance is certainly another. And then they also look at increase in physical activity percentage as well.
Michelle Kelly for the, and is that just over the 6 weeks? Is there a follow-up period or exactly how is it structured?
For the year, it's for the year period. They measure, I believe, monthly with the statistics that we were getting earlier. For the DSME class, it's a little bit harder because it's really hard to measure in a 6-week period. We can target, weight loss and exercise, but that's a little bit harder. And then, yes, there is follow-up as they go.
Thank you.
Mr. Verducci.
Yes, Tom Verducci for the record. Hi, Chris, how are you? Thank you.
Hi, Tom, good.
But, I'm happy to see this board bringing up financial or health wellness incentives. And I do remember a number of years ago, it was probably 6-7 years ago, we had rolled out incentives, the Blue Book, and had a lot of incentives for employees to take better care of themselves. And it did get overridden, I believe, by the legislators. It's actually done away with. Did require employees to go out and have to, take an exam, and it was an incentive for them. And I'm glad to see us bringing this discussion back up. I think it's something we don't really spend enough time on. It's going to protect the plan in the future, less costs, a healthier work staff, and I'm happy to see this getting implemented again. And I wasn't happy to see it go away in the first place.
Okay. Any further comments? Thank you for your presentation today. It would be neglectful of myself if I did not recognize the logo on your background and tell you how much I appreciate that.
Well, for those of us in the north, we are a Wolfpack family.
It would be an action item to approve the program.
Okay. So, do we have any further discussion, or do you have a motion?
We have a comment from Fox for the record. So I think it's a great idea. It's a free sample, basically, for us to see how it works. I think it'll be interesting to see what participation looks like. Not only who wants to enroll, but who sticks with it over the course of the year. But all we can do is try it and see how it works. But I would be happy to make a motion as well that we do this.
Okay.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying no. Motion passes unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate your time today.
Look forward to working with you.
Before we move on to the next agenda item, it is straight up 10 o'clock. Why don't we take a 15-minute break? It'll allow us to walk around, use the restrooms, and go outside, get some fresh air.
Afraid. No, I.
Balancing your checkbook, you know, after.
Okay, let's call the meeting back to order. Okay, it's 10:15. All board members are present. We're going to move on to agenda item number 7. Discussion of possible action on recommended changes to the master plan documents for plan year 24 to include the removal of IUI benefit from the low deductible and EPO plans, July 1st, 2023 through June 30th, 2024. Laura Rich, Executive Officer, and this is an action item.
All right. Laura Rich for the record. We had previously brought this to the past board meeting, and it was the request of the board to bring some additional items back, including the IUI, to a future agenda item. So this is why we're bringing this back. In the meantime, there were a few other things that we captured, mostly cleanup type housekeeping items that are also included in this report. But I think the two major items here, I'm not going to go over every single one of them because it's just clarification and some updates and things like that. The two major items in this report, you can see on page 3. The first one is item number 6, which is the update to the COVID-19 benefits. So the federal government has confirmed that the federal or the public health emergency will be ending on May 11th of 2023. So we had updated all of our master plan documents to show that as well, and to basically we are reverting back to the pre-COVID benefits. So everything that was triggered during COVID is now normal, right? Then additionally, we added a section for the smoking and tobacco cessation. It was accidentally, we overlooked that it was not in the low deductible and EPO plans, and it didn't explicitly state this benefit. So we wanted to make sure that that was in there. Additionally, the IUI benefit has been, it was something that the board discussed previously. You can see this on page 5. We did some additional analysis. As you can see, there's very low utilization for this benefit. Just to give a little bit of context as to why this was brought up, as well as other items that the board approved during the last board meeting. It had been a while, if ever really, that we have gone through and really did a deep dive into the clinical coverages that that our plans provided, and so the goal of that activity was really to ensure that PEB coverage benefits and coverage levels were fairly industry standard. And when I say industry standard, it's medicine changes and insurance also changes along with it. And so we had things in place since 2011 when the high deductible plan was put in place that really hadn't been really looked at. And so we had not really taken the time to do that deep dive. And so there were a few things that were uncovered that were antiquated or that needed some updates. The IUI benefit was one of those things that was identified as potentially the recommendation for the removal. The plan currently, the board asked for utilization. And as you can see on page 5, we don't have a whole lot of utilization of this benefit. It's not the industry standard, if that's what we want to call it. It's not really, it's more of an antiquated type procedure. People that are looking for fertility services are using more of IVF and things like that. And so this kind of just, it had remained in the plan, and it was identified as potential for removal just because of the low success rate and low utilization of this type of benefit. It's not industry standard to cover it in most insurance plans. The utilization, as you can see, in the last few years, it's been pretty low. Less than 20 people a year have used it. Out of that, the success levels are, they're not really high. They are, it's a low success rate. If you Google this type of benefit, you will see that it's typically, this is in line with the success rate nationally. The reason why this was called out for, the removal is because of the potential for unsuccessful pregnancies out of this type of procedure, and not just unsuccessful, but high risk, high cost pregnancies. It's just not something that is considered the industry standard today, and although our plan has not experienced the high cost pregnancies out of the utilization that has taken place, we've just been lucky. It typically, these do result in multiple births or births that are, high risk or complicated type situations. And so it's not a benefit that's utilized as commonly anymore. So the recommendation is still to remove this benefit. It was never available on the CDHP, so this is just removing it from the low deductible and EPO plans. And that is it. The rest of the document is really just housekeeping type items that we've identified as things that just needed to take place before the beginning of the following plan year.
Any discussion?
So Michelle Kelly for the record, I think the cleanup items make a lot of sense. I am not in support of IUI being removed from the plan at this time. I think that I don't really understand, because I'm hearing from Executive Officer Rich, and I think the consultants last meeting, that this isn't standardly used anymore as best practice. And yet we did get public comment from both a fertility specialist and another doctor in the north saying that IUI is actually still used by them as part of a treatment plan. Also, I think last meeting, the consultants indicated that people could go anywhere and get these shots. But what I read from in the public comment, what I read was that, in fact, most fertility specialists will refer to an endocrinologist before kind of putting those treatments together, and that they do thorough testing before people are prescribed IUI. I am concerned about that. I think that I want to better understand and perhaps hear from an endocrinologist about where this IUI sits in the whole infertility spectrum. Secondly, I think that, I keep hearing that that it's not that much, and I don't have my language right. I keep hearing that it's not, the pregnancies aren't successful, but what I'm seeing here on these charts for 2022 is that there were 18 women who could not get pregnant through natural means, and there were 3 babies out of the treatment. And so, yes, that's small, but these were women who previously had been unable to get pregnant. So that's a good outcome. And that's the smallest outcome of them all, because in 2020, out of 17 people getting this treatment, there were 6 pregnancies. Third, and then I will let other people have a go. My third concern is that I've heard a lot about these expensive pregnancies. If we don't cover this, people will probably, it's $300 a pop, so people will probably still have it. Does that mean that if we don't cover the treatment, PEB won't cover the babies when they're born? Okay, so the high cost babies are still going to exist, and they do currently exist. And then my last point is just that I am very uncomfortable with this coming this removal of an entire benefit coming outside the normal timeline, because generally we're talking about plan design in October, and we do get lots of members of the public paying attention at that time. And so this is kind of, even though it now does state on the agenda what it actually is, I think that our members are kind of used to our timeline of we review plan design in October and they can come and talk to us about what's important to them. And with that, I appreciate everyone's patience.
Okay. Any other comment? Mr. Verducci.
Thank you, Chair Rob. You know, I wanted to make a comment here on item number 6, as far as COVID restrictions going away. We had to drop $72 million of out of our budget, and now we put back 2 items or 2 budgets, and we don't even know if the second budget's being approved or not. So we were mandated to reduce benefits, and here we're doing away with the COVID requirements, but we're not getting back to where we were before. And now we're going into a discussion, item 12, with reducing or eliminating a benefit. And I feel sorry for the Nevada family if we did that, because you know, they're trying to get pregnant, and you know, this will take away some of the hope that they have. And I don't see it as a big cost for the plan, but the secondary costs is something that we don't know what they are. But I think, you know, with the focus on families and adoption and what we could, I just don't want to be part of a decision that could take away a human life. And I think we're okay on 1 through 11, but not too crazy about number 12.
This is Betsy, and I just want to say the same thing, especially with the point that Michelle made, that the babies that might be high cost would be covered anyway. The actual procedure isn't that high a cost. And I was surprised based on our hearing that it wasn't standard of care and that there were medical risks, but then we got 2 or 3, at least 2, I think there were 3 public comments from physicians themselves, as well as many, many people. This drew a large level of public comment, even outside the cycle. And so based on these costs, I'd be the same. I'm not. And the fact that it's so hard to add something back. We're seeing it's, once it's gone, it's really hard to add something. And this might not be the thing to add back. Something more modern might be, but it's hard to add anything. So.
Any other comments?
Just a quick question.
Mr.
Janelle Woodward, for the record. We cover other types of fertility treatment. This was it. Okay. Thank you.
And I think, do we have, is Joanna able to join?
In about 3 minutes.
Okay, so we do have a physician, right? She is a physician?
She has a doctorate in nursing.
Oh, okay, clinical, so a
She's
clinical expert. We do have a clinical expert available if there's any questions that the board would like her to join for.
I'll make a motion.
Any further discussion? This is an action item.
So Michelle Kelly, for the record, I will make a motion that we, I don't get my numbers right, that we approve the recommendations 1 through 11, and but not 12. I don't know. but keep IUI in the plan at this time.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes. We will move on to 7.2 HRA summary plan description.
That was part of
Okay.
the, yeah.
We'll move on to discussion, or to number 8, discussion on possible action for executive order 2023-003, Laura Rich, accepts the office.
Laura Rich for the record. So some background in one of the first things that the Governor Lombardo did on January 12th was issue Executive Order 2023-003. And this requires every executive branch department, agency, board, and commission to provide a list of at least 10 regulations that are recommended for removal and ranking them in descending order of priority. So staff went through NAC 287, which is the applicable regulations to PEB, and identified 10. And I feel like I'm just going to say, you know, these are the easy, low-hanging fruit that I think will meet the requirements of the executive order that I feel are, or that staff feels are things in regulation that really don't need to be in regulation. So I'll just cover them. I'll go one by one. NAC 287.3.18. That is, again, this is just talking about enrollment forms and how those forms need to be filled out and submitted. This is not something that needs to be in regulation. It can be something that is in our master plan documents. It's really just part of process, you know, not something that needs to be part of regulation. 287.319, notification of change of address by participant to the program. Again, this is not something that needs to be in regulation. We can put it in our master plan document. It's really just asking people to change their address. You know, it's not everyone does anyway. So it really doesn't need to be in regulation. 287.510, this is coverage of persons returning to work with a previous employer. Again, it's all about, you know, the process of how we do our eligibility. It's not something that needs to be in regulation. We have a master plan document for specifically for eligibility. It can just be in there as an eligibility requirement, something that the board can change if necessary by having it in statute or in regulation. It does limit the board in terms of being able to change it as well, because we would have to do workshops. There's a process to change regulation. And so by removing some of these process type items, it just makes it easier to change the process if necessary. Again, same thing with 287.515. It's an eligibility type situation where we could change that. It doesn't need to be in NAC. And same thing with number 5, 287.3125. Items 6 through 10 really are just regulations that are addressing our board meetings. And there's plenty of open meeting law. NRS 241, I think, is open meeting law. I don't know if we need duplicative NACs to talk about open meeting law and how we're going to hold our meetings. I think that one NAC that just kind of condenses everything into one, you know, should be sufficient. We can point to Robert's Rules of Order. So I think these are just some low-hanging fruit that we can submit. And if the board is on board with this list, then this is what we'll be submitting to the governor in, I think the deadline is May.
Any discussion?
I actually have a question. I don't have a problem with any of these, but 287.510 and for that matter 515, is this all of the language? So this isn't even a question of definition, because it appears to me as I read it that these rules are the same as for a new hire anyway.
Right. So there's, Laura Rich for the record, there's, it would have been pages long if I would have copied everything in there. It gets the bulk of it. But there's more to it, to that NAC. I think there's some additional items under that as well. But that just captures the gist of it. It's eligibility rules, and it doesn't really make any sense to capture them in NAC. I see why it was done at one point, but it makes it difficult to change them if we ever want to.
And we're not removing definitions of what a retired employee is or what an active employee is, because that stays in the NAC. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Verducci.
Thank you, Chair Rob. Tom Verducci for the record. I was just wondering how we ended up with 5 items total under item number 6. I was counting the 10 items that were required to come up with, and we hit number 6, and it reads 6 through 10, and the last item covers 5 items. So I'm only counting 6 items total here. And I was wondering how that breaks down to 5 additional items.
So Laura Rich for the record, it is NAC 287.170 through 287.178. So it's several different NACs, and they're all addressing our board. It's addressing how you choose a vice chair, how you take action items, things like that. And so all of these are, this is not specific to the PEB board. It's really, it's not unique to PEB. It is overall either covered in open meeting law, or it is something that we can just point to Robert Rules of Order, and it really just, it applies across the board.
Thank you for the clarification. I was just having trouble adding the 5 up, and just wanted to register if my mind what it meant. So thank you.
Any further discussion? Yeah, that this process is going to frustrate the board, because this is step 1 in a multi-step process.
Mm-hmm.
We submit this to the governor, and then they tell us, yes, we concur with what you've selected. Then we have to go through the rulemaking process, and you have multiple steps through that. So just because we said and decided on something today doesn't mean that we're done with this. It's going to keep coming back.
You said that with a smile, Chair Rob.
I've sat on boards and been staffed to boards for years, and for people that aren't familiar with the process, they get really frustrated. They're just like, we've already talked about this. Yeah, we're going to talk about 3 more times. So
I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
okay, we got a motion, second. Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, motion passes unanimously. We will move. Number 9, discussion and acceptance of Claim Technology Incorporated audit findings for the State of Nevada Public Employee Benefit Programs administered by UMR Benefits for the period July 1, 2022 through September 30th, 2022. For possible action.
Laura Rich for the record, I think we have our auditors attending virtually, I believe. Oh, sorry, I didn't even see you. If you want to go ahead and take the table, I think we'll start with the auditors, and they're going to present their findings. We also have UMR in the room as well, and we'll bring them up as we get to that part. So, thank you.
Michelle Suko for the record, MICHELLE, S as in Sam, UCKOW. Also on virtually is Joni Amato. I will be presenting the executive summary from our most recent audit. We have been auditing on behalf of PEB. Prior to this time, HealthScope. This is the first quarter that we actually audited UMR. So in your packet, you have a quarterly findings report that is in draft status. It will remain in draft status until we receive formal approval. If you'd like to follow along with me on page 3 of the executive summary, the scope for this audit was exactly the same as what we have been using for HealthScope. Nothing has changed. The Q1 for fiscal year 2023, the audit population, as you can see for medical and dental, was 19,802,190 dollars paid, and a total of 121,231 claims. Now, that is significantly lower than what we have seen on a quarterly basis from HealthScope. And a lot of that is attributed to the backlog situation and the claim turnaround time that UMR has experienced. We validated quarterly performance guarantees as part of our audit scope. We ran all of our algorithms in your plan design electronic screenings, and 100% of the claims data was run through our screenings. We performed a statistically valid random sample, and then we ran some data analytics. In our opinion, UMR's financial accuracy, overall accuracy, and claim turnaround time did not meet the service objective, and penalty is owed. There's a chart at the bottom of this page that I'll go over further detail. UMR should review the financial errors identified in our random sample to determine if changes or claim process or training could occur to help reduce or eliminate similar errors going forward. Specific focus should result around duplicate claim payments. Second recommendation is review the 100% electronic screening with targeted sample results and focus on the most material findings. Those most material findings are in the categories of duplicate claims, marriage counseling, and specialty medications. And then finally, where appropriate, verify claim process or coaching feedback and retraining has occurred, as most of the errors identified through the audit were attributed to manual processing errors. At the bottom of page 3, you will see a summary of UMR's performance guarantees. The 3 performance guarantees that were not met were subject to a total of 4.5% penalty, with the highest 1.5% attributed to financial accuracy, resulting in $19,553.48. I want to call to the board's attention, there is a keying error in this total penalty. It should be $58,660.44. We will make that correction upon issuance of the final report. The other pages in this report that you have are the detail behind this executive summary. And at the end of the report is UMR's formal response. UMR has seen this report. We have worked with Tim and team to agree upon these errors, these calculations, and agree upon next steps in terms of remediation. Any questions regarding the high-level executive summary of our findings for Q1?
Any questions? Mr. Verducci.
Paul Verducci for the record. Am I reading this correctly that the total penalty is in the neighborhood of $162,000? I don't think in the last 6-7 years, as long as I've been here, I've seen any penalty close to that. So are we seeing a suggested, suggested penalty amount of $162,000 thereabouts?
So Laura Rich for the record. So that's actually in addendum or supplemental that staff put together. The auditor's findings was, and I don't have the number. It was what's that number? The corrected number? 58. Okay. Additionally, there's other performance guarantees that are not captured in this audit that are either self-reported or, those types of, and so that is in that supplemental, and that does add up to $162,000.
Thank you very much. So we will also have the opportunity to speak with UMR and ask a few questions as well.
Ms. Kelly.
I just have thank you, Chair Rob, Michelle Kelly for the record. So I wanted to ask you, it's a question for UMR as well, but a lot of, when I was reviewing the duplicative claims, and I reviewed kind of what the issue was and then UMR's response, and And in many times, they're quoting that they have this proprietary policy and process, and they didn't agree with you. And so I'm just wondering, have you seen this proprietary process with other vendors you have audited? And were you able to glean anything about this secret process that UMR claims to have that doesn't appear to find duplicative claims?
So it's not uncommon for every administrator to have two sets of duplicate procedures. One for its auto-adjudicated claims. These are the system rules that are in place. These 4 or 5 criteria have to be exactly the same, and then the system will auto-deny. Anytime that isn't met, if maybe 4 out of the 5 criteria are met, but it's not a hard do, not 5 out of 5, that will fall to a queue for an examiner to process and be manually reviewed. Anytime you have processes and procedures that are subject to manual review, it's open for interpretation. We are pretty strict on if it's the same person getting the same procedure on the same day from the same provider, there better be a modifier or office notes justifying why a second repeat procedure was performed. And if the provider fails to provide that documentation and justification to support a second billing, we do consider it a duplicate. And so anything, there are a number of duplicate claims that UMR did agree to, but for the few that they did not agree to, we are pretty hard and fast on our rules. Prove to us that it's not a duplicate. And when that proof was not provided, we held on that.
So Michelle Kelly, for the record, just to follow up then. So this proprietary information, have you seen that before in this particular identification of duplicates and their process and policy?
It's not uncommon for administrators to say their procedures are proprietary. That is not uncommon. We still have not seen evidence that their proprietary procedures result in this not being a duplicate in cases where we held on those few disagrees.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions?
Is there within a system any reason a proprietor vendor would want to pay duplicate claims? I mean, it seems like someone wouldn't want to, and they want to fix this unless it's a claim line so you get money. And if I don't know. So is there an incentive for paying duplicates?
Michelle Succo again for the record. No, there is no valid reason why a provider should be paid twice for a duplicate claim. However, the identification and the determination as whether or not that claim is or is not a duplicate can sometimes be gray. It may not always be black and white. And so we take a hard line stance that it is up to the provider. There are repeat modifier procedures. There are office notes that can be appended to claims. We take the hard stance that if a provider is performing services on the same day twice, it is up to them to justify and rationalize that second billing. And when administrators don't ask for that proof, we cite that as an error.
This Betsy again, just to follow up. I thought I saw a lot of duplicates were related to labs and lab draw. And I maybe it's hard for me, but I wouldn't think that you, unless maybe you ate food and then they said, wait another 8 hours. Do you know of reasons labs would pay in this? Or maybe you're not the person I should be asking.
Michelle Succo again for the record. I think UMR is probably the better group to ask, but I will tell you, we saw a duplicate PSA test, and it is highly medically unlikely that any male would have 2 PSA tests performed on the same day. And again, we as the auditor would ask for medical justification or medical necessity to support having that second test not only performed, but then obviously paid in this case.
Any further questions? Yeah. UNR? new MR. I'm so used to seeing UNR.
Yes. Not doing enough.
What's that cost?
Morning.
Morning. Do you have any statements before we open the questions? Do you have anything you want to present?
Maybe I would start with the fact that obviously, we made a transition from one claim platform to another. And that was one of the challenges that we sort of encountered. Okay, so making sure that that all happened appropriately is always a challenge. Okay. And we did find some things after we made that transition that slowed things down because we were fixing some of the things that we discovered weren't paying correctly. Okay. That happened. We discovered some of those things in August. We slowed down some of the claim payment to make sure that we didn't make any more claim errors. It took until well into September to get those things all corrected. And that was some of the slow payments that occurred. And that's part of the reason for the timeliness issues that we encountered. Okay. I would say the audit was fairly done. I understand how the sampling process works. I think the audit team did a good job. Certainly happy to answer some questions. I have some people on the phone with me. So I'm actually Helmut Braun, Chief Operating Officer for UMR, just for those of you who don't know. Jesse, I think they've been here many times before, so you're probably familiar with them. And then we have Darren Ashby on the phone, who is our Director of Claims for this particular audit. And I know I have, I'm not sure who else might be on the phone, but those two are on the phone for sure to help me with technical questions.
We'll have board questions. Ms. Ayala.
This is Betsy Ayala for the record, and I do have a few, about 3 questions specifically. And one of them's more the outcome of inaccurate or delayed claims that I have not experienced through this contract. I'm on the board, but I'm under Medicare now.
Sure.
But I have experienced in my history when claims have paid way delayed or inaccurate, both in network and out of network providers. Sometimes then resultant bill the patient, bill the client, bill our enrollee, and go to the extent of threaten people to go to claims collections. And of course, because then it's not under the insurance product, what the insurance may pay $200 for, they're threatening the person has to pay $1,500 or $1,800. And based on some of my past experience, working with other people, helping with these things too, I don't know if there's been any way or anything that your entity does to help or to notify people if they're getting inaccurate billings or billings they don't believe are right, that you can reach out and help them solve the problem. Having worked within some of the insurance industry for many, many years, I'm savvy enough to call the insurance company, and then they usually call and talk with the provider and talk about balanced billing, but that doesn't always work out. So one is just a concern of this sounds bad and there's a fee being paid, but it could be really bad to people who get these bills, who then are scared and things are going to bill collectors and may ruin credit and things, just further outcome down the line that some of these things can occur. So I wanted to say that since this has happened in the past. And then that would lead into where like your telephone service, it talked about the report that your response was from March 9th, but I read that it is expected that based on having added stuff, this would be resolved in January. And with call abandonment rate, with, let me see some of the others, because there was 3 or 4 that you added with callback guarantee. A lot of them said with this, it should be resolved in January. Well, now we're in March. So the question would be, are these things in your eyes resolved? Because I would think the report could have said this was resolved, not expected to be resolved.
So I actually have Darren on the phone with me, and he probably has more up-to-date statistics, but in general, our average speed to answer phone calls dropped dramatically after the 1st of January. We had
1st of January, obviously that first day is always a challenging day for us. Okay. You know, there's been a holiday, new people have enrolled. So the first week or 10 days of January are a little bit tough. But after that, I think our metrics have improved dramatically. And Darren, I don't know if you have specific numbers for the state that you could give us for, maybe January and February, to give them some assurance that obviously those numbers have gone down from where they were back in last year.
I do. So for the month of January, sorry, this is Darren Ashby, ASHBY for the record. For the month of January, we did show a 34-second average speed to answer, which was a marked improvement over previous months. And then for the month of February, we came in at 25 seconds average speed to answer. And so for those 2 months combined, the overall average speed to answer came in at 29 seconds average speed to answer. So we did make a marked improvement over previous months as it relates to the calls.
So improvement is happening. And I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked so many in a row. Back to the one about, is there a process to help our members if they are at collections or something for a claim that should have processed or?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, if they call us and let us know that they're being asked from a provider to balance on a balance bill situation that's inappropriate. Okay, I mean, certainly sometimes there are balance bills that are due by the members based on deductible or co-insurance, but if there's some other error that occurred or some balance bill amount that's inappropriate, then our team will absolutely help reach out, talk to the provider, figure out what the situation, correct the bill if there was a mistake on the bill. Okay, help them with credit issues if they end up with, some sort of credit attachment or something like that. Yeah, we absolutely will help team members with that.
So then it might be our onus as a board that we let members know that because there might be some rough times, if you found yourself in certain situations, this is who you should call for help, possibly. Because that's one of the concerns, was the ultimate outcome, as well as providers being angry and not wanting to.
And I would say too that, we had some inventory issues, where inventory got up in the mid 20,000 range. Okay. Today it was down to 14,000. Okay. So we've dropped that inventory pretty dramatically. I would say by the end of the month, we expect the total inventory to be down in that 10 to 12,000 range and the over 30 day to be in that 2,000 to 2,500 range. So, we've made some dramatic improvement in that over the last 30 to 60 days. And have no reason to expect we're not going to stay at that level. I mean, to some degree, we were operating, both claim systems because there were claims coming in on the old system yet. So we still had to keep some people working on that old claim system. That has now pretty much subsided. I mean, it's down to a trickle where we've got, a handful of claims or maybe a few dozen claims every week. Those people have all been retrained, put on the new system. So we have more capacity on there. So the ability to keep up at this point should be rather strong. I don't expect any reason that we're not going to be able to keep up with the incoming volume and keep those inventory levels at the level that you expect or that we've promised to keep them at.
And then just the final one, and I'll give everyone else, was what I mentioned earlier about what I could tell. I saw a lot of duplicate lab claims that seemed to jump out at me. Like I said, that doesn't seem to make sense to me saying that.
Yeah, I would say that we don't expect that a lot either. There are a few situations where duplicate lab claims could occur. And I think I've got Holly Moon on the phone. And Holly, I don't know if you want to maybe address that because I know you specifically looked at some of those situations. I would say, in total, remember we did process 120,000 claims here. And what the auditors described is exactly what happens on our system. Okay, so we do have a number of things that we look for in a match. And if we get an exact match on, 6 or 7 items, then we'll automatically deny that claim because it looks highly likely, 99% plus that that's a duplicate. So it makes sense. If we get 3 or 4 item match, then that gets an edit on there. It says check for duplicate and it pens out to one of our processes. They look at it and they have to make an interpretation as whether it's a duplicate or not. All right. So for some reason, in some of these situations, they obviously probably decided it was not a duplicate. I can't tell you exactly what it was, but I'm assuming they found something. Maybe they called the provider, talked to them. Maybe there wasn't enough documentation to satisfy the auditors. But again, those are things that we do look into. But Holly, if you want to talk about a few situations where maybe it is appropriate to have 2 lab claims on the same day, if you found any of those, or if it wasn't, then tell us that as well. Aaron, do you know if Holly's on? Everybody?
Holly was on
Yes,
earlier.
Holly is on, and it looks like she's on mute right now.
Okay.
Okay, looks like she's off mute.
All right, still can't hear her though. All right,
It's okay.
we'll give her a minute to try that. I do know there's one situation that they did brief me on. And one of the situations, sometimes what happens is somebody goes to primary care doctor, orders lab work, and then they may end up seeing a specialist the same day, and the specialist may order lab work again. So we get lab work from 2 different doctors. Now, if we have a different referring physician for that lab work, we will accept those 2 claims as 2 different claims and pay both. Okay.
Okay, Ms. Biddleson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to zoom out a little bit and kind of look at this whole report at a much higher level. So as I read this report, I really identified 2 major issues. One's claims processing and the other is customer service. So looking at those 2 things from a much higher level, have you been able to identify the root cause? What caused these problems? Because there was a lot of areas not met. So, and you mentioned claim processing change. So I'm just kind of asking why we're seeing a report like this.
Yeah, I mean, I would tell you that the biggest reason was that we did change claim systems, okay? And in that claim system change, there were some benefits that weren't coded correctly. We did some testing of that. We found that those claims weren't coded correctly. And so we stopped processing those types of claims for a period of time, until we could get it corrected, and then had to go back and fix those claims. And so all that took time and effort, et cetera. That caused a lot of the turnaround issues, so obviously if you have that stoppage or that delay when you're fixing benefits, that caused us to not get claims paid timely. So we missed a number of things for that. And we also missed some accuracy because we paid some incorrectly and then had to go back and fix them. So, those are the 2 issues that probably created, not all, but large majority of the misses that we had. We also had a new set of parameters that we had to meet because this was now a new contract. And so there are now more requirements from a performance guarantee perspective than we've ever seen before. Okay, in the old contract, we might have had 6 to 10, and now we have like 30 plus. Okay, so there's more opportunity for us not to meet. And if we don't meet, obviously penalties are incurred. Trust me, we do not want to pay $160,000 in penalties every quarter. Okay, that doesn't work for us either. Okay, it's been a challenging transition. We understand we made the mistakes. Okay, we're going to end up paying the penalties. All right, but we're working very hard to get those things corrected. We've made significant effort here over the last 6 months to straighten this out, and hopefully it's seen significant improvement. It's taken us a little while. I don't know that the second quarter is going to be much better than the first. Okay, because we were well into that second quarter before we saw their audit report for the first quarter. So start to make all the changes. Not that we weren't working on things already. But the same team that was working on these claims before is working on this group now. So it's not like we have new people. So they do know and understand the group. Okay, and they've helped us sort of work through the issues that we had. And I think we've made some good progress. And like I said, we do have our claim inventory in control now. So obviously that's going to help us with turnaround time. Also, it also should help us with accuracy. We've added some additional edits. We've looked at that due process to see if there's anything we can do to enhance that. I think for the most part, sure, there were some dupes here, but when you look at the magnitude of the total number of claims that they looked at and the number of dupes that we actually had, it's not like it's 1% or 2%, it's like 1/10 of 1% or something like that. And we'll certainly go back and request that money back and get the plan made whole again.
Just to follow up, so that addressed the claims issue. What about the customer service issue? So what was causing those problems?
Well, I mean, obviously, if we had issues with the way the claims were being paid, that caused more phone calls. And so more phone calls made it more difficult for us to keep up with the number of calls that were coming in. So they all kind of compounded.
So you're saying it's just a cause and effect.
Yeah, well, and obviously we've added more people onto the plan as well, the health service plan. So you can see the numbers in January and February improve. And so we haven't had that same challenge. Now, I will tell you overall, we've had a staffing challenge over the course of the last 12 to 18 months. Okay. It's been very hard to find people to come in and do this job. It's not an easy job. I mean, I think it's one of the most difficult customer service jobs there are out there. You have to know a lot about benefit plans, the idiosyncrasies of those plans, and you're dealing with people who are oftentimes in challenging situations because they're undergoing some medical issues. Okay, so we really do look for top-notch customer service people that have fairly high intelligence and are able to know and understand and interpret those plans and figure out how benefits should be paid and advise people the best way to sort of understand their benefits and utilize their benefits. Okay, those people also, in the course of the first couple of years that they work for us, they learn a lot. Okay, so it's not like we lose those people and go somewhere else. A lot of them get promoted within the company, but what that does, it creates, probably 35 to 50% of those people sort of turn over every 2 to 3 years, and we got to keep bringing new people in. All right, it's part of our process. It's something we do, but this was all sort of exaggerated during the COVID period, where there was just a little shortage of workers, and so it was challenging for us to keep up from that perspective as well. We've done everything we could. We've increased our salaries. We've improved our benefits. We've given them more flexibility. We've let them work from home. Okay, so all those things took place. And I think we're in a better position again now. I think the workforce has stabilized a little bit. And so I don't anticipate that we're going to have those issues going forward.
Eva Khan for the record. It's concerning to hear that we have providers reaching out to PEB complaining that they have a backlog of claims, they're not being paid appropriately. When we have access to care issues already in the state of Nevada, we don't have enough providers. I would like to hear what you're doing proactively to get ahead of that. I work very closely with the claims payment system, and I know that anytime we implement enhancements, changes, we are proactively running reports to identify red flags. Are we seeing a peak in edits or audits tied to denials? Why, right? What's going on so we can kind of follow the trends and know what's happening. So what are you doing to get ahead of this so that we can make sure that it doesn't end up in audit findings, right? I mean, can you identify it, make the fixes before you report it, before the audit's done? Or when the audit report comes back and you have those audit findings, you're able to say, yes, we had this finding, but this is what we did already to get ahead of it, to fix it.
So
what kind of trending is being done?
Yeah, so I mean, I think those things did happen, obviously, in third and fourth quarter of last year. I said we found some things in the benefit plan that we didn't code correctly. We stopped that payment for a period of time to get those corrections made. We've seen the audit report from first quarter. We've taken that into consideration as we made some additional changes in second quarter. And now we've obviously addressed that with adding more staff to it too. Inventory climbed up to, in that mid 25,000 range, or in that 25,000 claim range. We worked hard over the last 30 to 60 days to get that back down to 14,000. So that's a significant drop in the inventory that's out there. And we're committed to keeping it at that level or below as we go forward.
So just one more question. Is there like a formal corrective action plan then that's been drafted where you're regularly reporting to PEB all of these steps that you're taking and what's coming out of it? Or
there is a corrective action plan that I believe is included, is it not?
Should be in.
Yeah.
So is it something that's reported regularly, like every 30 days you're hearing about it? This maybe for Director Rich, or how do we keep on track of this, right? To make sure that those.
Laura Rich for the record. So our TPA has historically always gotten audited quarterly.
Mm-hmm. And
so I'm constantly in communication. I know Rhonda hears from me, at least every day. Mm-hmm. And if not, it's someone else on staff. We're constantly in communication. Anytime anything comes up, it is, I will have to say they're very good about, the second it gets escalated from anyone at PEB, they're very good about resolving the issue. And I think our concern has been more about, well, what's causing the issue? Because it's always resolved once it comes to their attention within a day, it's resolved usually. It's more about why is it an issue versus, having it be resolved. They do get audited quarterly. we don't have access into their claim system. We don't, you know, we're not trained to, you know, to audit that type of, you know, that's not something that we would even know where to even begin. That's why we have auditors. But what we do hear is from members, we hear from providers, we hear from, you know, and while that's anecdotal, it gives us an idea of really what is happening in the plan. And so in you know, within our members. And so that those are things we follow up on in between that time. But I think that quarterly audit, it's there for a reason, and it's because we don't have that ability to, you know, I'm sure that you guys on your end are looking at it every day. We do get things like aging reports and inventory reports, things like that. We also have consultants. Siegel is also aware of the situation. And because this also has an impact on own projections and our own plan, as far as, for example, IBNR, incurred but not realized. If claims aren't being paid and there's, you know, they're taking a significant amount of time to get paid, then that affects IBNR. And so the actuaries are also looking at this too. So there's a lot of eyes on this in different ways.
Okay, I think I was just mainly concerned that I don't want to, you know, none of us really want to wait a full quarter then to find out that we have issues, right? When we've had our customers, when the customers have been having issues, providers have been having issues all along. And then all of that's brought to light every quarter. That's 3 months, right, where we've had people struggling, so.
Well, we actually do. I mean, I think you get weekly inventory reports.
We do.
Right,
Yes.
so we do share with her weekly what our inventory reports are. And if you want us to enhance some reporting as far as phone metrics or anything like that, I mean, I think you're getting some, but we can look at if there's something else you want to see on a more regular basis, we're more than happy to share that.
Well, April, this is Rhonda Huggy for the record. And I've been the account executive with PEB since 2011. And then, as you know, we were acquired by UMR. So that's what we're talking about, moving the claims. But I just wanted to reassure you that, you know, we have staff, our claims manager, and then we also have, from a network perspective, where we have monthly calls with some of the large utilizers for now, Carson Tahoe, to discuss if it's an issue from a contracting network perspective or if it's a claim processing issue. Okay. So behind the scenes, we do have calls with the top providers. And then we are constantly running impact reports. If Laura gets a call, or Tim, and we identify that it's a certain provider, we run an impact report on that provider's tax ID number. And then we have people internally to audit the claims. And then if we discover an issue, then of course they'll be reprocessed.
Yeah, we do have an internal audit team, and we do audit between 2% and 3% of the claims every month.
Yes.
Okay, so for each processor, for each type of claim, we do have focused audit to make sure that, you know, everything is working as best we can from our own perspective. So, and managers look at those reports and check those. So there is additional things going on besides what you're bringing in from an external perspective.
And Laura Rich, for the record, I just want to add to that one of the conversations I had with the UMR team is that PEB is in I would assume it's somewhat unique situation where, especially in Carson City, where we have a condensed population of state employees who are covered under PEB. And so any provider in Carson City that, if we're delaying payments, they're feeling it. They're feeling it because, maybe 50% of the patients are PEB, PEB under PEB. And so I've had the conversation of, we really do have to really pay special attention to the geography because it doesn't happen as much in Las Vegas because there's a lot of providers in Las Vegas. People are spread out. In Carson City, they're not. In Reno, not as much either. You do maybe not as significant, or you don't see the impact like you do in Carson City, but you see it somewhat in Reno. Providers feel the pain when we mess up. Providers are feeling the pain, and so I get to hear about it because they call me. And so this is a conversation I've also had with the UMR team is like, look, we have to look at the geography and realize that, you know, these people in Carson are severely affected. And not only are they affected, but they, you know, they escalate to myself, to legislators, to, you know, there's a lot of noise. And so we need to make sure that, you know, we're, like you said, providers, there's not a lot of them. And so we need to keep them happy.
Kelly.
Thank you, Chair Rob. I'm Michelle Kelly for the record. So I kind of want to set the stage, right? Because I think for me, customer service it's my job. I'm 100% focused on my customers. And I believe it should be your job. And for me, it's complicated with you guys because our members think you are PEB. So when they reach out to you and they get bad service, what they say is, you know what, our premiums are too high, our monthly costs are too high, and you provide awful service. So they put us all together, as they should, because you're one of our closest partners, right? I mean, and it should be a very close partnership. It needs to be. I got an email from one of our employees, and she was talking to me about the customer service. She was incredibly frustrated about a claim she had. It was a wellness claim, or she thought it was a wellness claim because it wasn't billed as a wellness claim. I thought before we transitioned to UMR and we with HealthScope, a lot of the noise around that, is it wellness, is it a procedure or code, had kind of died down. But I gather with this change in relationship, that noise, and I call it noise because it's very hard to solve, right? Because we have providers not using the right codes, or employees are conflating their appointments when they're visiting. But anyway, I had an employee reach out to me because she had a claim that was denied by UMR because it was a procedural code. And I think that the billing here was incorrect. So I'm not going to, it's not about your billing. But what happened afterwards is your problem and became our problem because I got a very irate email from a senior member of our organization who couldn't find anyone to talk to. When she finally got through to someone at UMR and she wanted to have the claim reprocessed, essentially, they told her that in order for that to happen, it was an appeal. And she had to go to the post office, get a postage stamp, and mail in an appeal. Is that your standard process for taking first level appeals? Because PEB will take a second level appeal online. And I made that comment to Executive Officer Rich. So I guess that brings me to my question. Can you talk to us about what are you able to provide answers to for employees via phone? So what kind of information can you help with via phone? What kind of information can people get through the secure portal when they email you? Where's the differentiator? And then if you could talk specifically about the appeal process, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Well, I mean, they should be able to get a lot of information on the portal. Okay, so if you just want to see your claim and see whether it's been paid or not, or see your benefits and what's covered and what's not covered, all that should be on the portal, right? Eligibility information is on the portal for each of your members, et cetera. If they call up, they should be able to get all that same information by talking to someone. If they don't want to have to figure out how to use a portal or how to use an app, they should just be able to call up and talk to our customer representatives and get that information as well. Specifically on the appeal information, we do have a tool where you can actually file an appeal online. Okay, so Darren, I mean, I'm assuming that's turned on for state of Nevada, right?
That's correct.
Yeah. Yes, it is on.
Yeah, so you don't have to go, and maybe one of our representatives wasn't familiar with that. And Darren, I guess I'm going to go back to you because make sure everybody gets trained on that after we have this conversation. It's pretty simple because the tool actually brings up your claim. You can kind of click on the claim that you want to appeal, and it fills in all the boxes for you. You just have to kind of sign it at the end and send it in, and that starts your appeal process. Okay. So
okay, that sounds really good. So I'm confused that this employee got kind of, by the time she got to me, she'd spoken to UMR several times and not been able to get a straight answer. And I think that I did escalate it to Executive Officer Rich because I didn't know what to do. But I think that, as I say, like the relationship is so important, and to see this audit report, and I hear you saying that the things that we're measuring is much broader now, but of course you did agree with those and you potentially even put them forward, so.
We understand. I mean, obviously your consultants did a good job in putting a lot of performance guarantees in, and that's going to hold us to a higher standard, okay? Now, unfortunately, it's taken us a little bit longer to get to that standard than I would have liked. I mean, I'm not happy that we have this audit report, all these situations where we didn't meet the performance guarantees, okay? But we're working hard to try to improve those. And, I know we're making progress. I'm telling you, second quarter is probably not a lot better, but I think by third quarter and fourth quarter, we should be, on target to meet hopefully the majority of these is what I would tell you.
Okay, and so Michelle Kelly, for the record, just to follow up then. So of course you were here when we talked about open enrollment and how concerned I think we are internally just about meeting employee needs.
Yeah.
So can you tell me, are you gearing up for our open enrollment to help our members? Kind of what is your role in that process, I guess?
I'm going to turn that over to.
Yeah, I mean,
If she works with that.
Sorry.
Within that.
So Rhonda Huckabee for the record. So we work closely with PEB staff. We know that open enrollment, they start sending out the open enrollment materials in April, and then it officially starts May 1st to May 31st. So yes, every year, if, this year we don't have a lot of plan changes, but we work with our staff to, and we have to submit work orders for the benefit coders to change any type of, design plan. And then we work closely with customer care to let them know about the upcoming changes. So when members do call in, because sometimes members call us thinking they're calling PEB and then vice versa, as you said. Same thing happens with, they think we're Express Scripts. But yes, we prepare for that every year. And then, as Helmut said, we added like 7 additional staff to customer care to kind of help with that volume of, we always see a increased volume of calls in April and May. And then, June is when we're sending out their ID cards, and then the benefits start July 1st.
Okay. Michelle Kelly for the record, just to follow up. So is the PEBP self-funded plans, are they quite unique compared to the other plans you manage, or is every plan unique?
I would tell you that every plan is unique. Okay. And so the fact that you have some different benefits isn't something that we can't understand or accommodate. We can. All right. It's been a little bit of a challenge for us, coming from one system to another and retraining people on the system. And unfortunately, we didn't do as good a job as we should have. That's what I will tell you.
Well, and I think my understanding was that it was going to be pretty seamless because HealthScope was already our provider, and the same team was providing services. And so then to experience the issues that have been experienced has been very frustrating, I would say. Just as a follow-up and for my own understanding. So it used to be that at HealthScope, when you had wellness and it was coded incorrectly, I could call and say, hey, can you take another look at this and resubmit? And it was as simple as that. The customer service rep would go, oh yeah, that is kind of odd. Maybe it wasn't about wellness, but it had been denied for some reason. I'd just call and they'd resubmit. Does that still happen, or is that now more routinized where you have to go into the portal and you have to appeal it? Or can our members get things that they think have been processed incorrectly repriced themselves?
Well,
oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Darren.
Darren, you can do
No,
it.
this is Darren Ashby for the record. I would like to first off ask if Ms. Kelly, if you could provide to Rhonda the name of that particular member, because I would like to look further into that situation. A member, when calling in, if they outline for us that they believe a claim paid incorrectly, we should be able to take that information in, create what we call a call track, and send that to the claims area for further review and determination as to whether or not the claim was just paid incorrectly and can be reprocessed, or if we deem that it was paid correctly, it's at that point in time that we would communicate to the member that they would then need to appeal because based on the plan of benefits or what have you, the claim paid correctly. But if we review that and determine that it was paid incorrectly, we should be able to make those adjustments and correct the claim accordingly. So I would like to look into that particular instance a little further.
Okay, thank you. And just a follow-up then, since I've got the audio. What happens when an employee calls, and I know they do it because they do it to all of us, but something they thought was a wellness and the doctor codes it incorrectly. What advice is UMR giving to people to resolve that issue?
So, I mean, if the claim truly was a wellness visit and the doctor didn't code it correctly, okay, I mean, Darren, I think we would be willing to reach out to that physician's office and say, hey, we have a member who says they were in for a wellness visit. You guys coded this as a diagnostic visit. Can you change your coding? Can you go back and look at your medical records, verify that this was a wellness visit, and resubmit that claim with the wellness coding?
That is correctly. That is correct. We would reach out to the provider on behalf of the member and ask that they submit a corrected claim if in fact it was submitted incorrectly.
And is the outreach electronic or is it human?
Human.
It's human. Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
I want to touch base with Jesse Stockwell for the record. As far as the appeals, I saw you were taking notes down. Remember, Kelly. When they submit that appeal through the portal, they also have the ability to have attachments with it. So there's an appeal form that they fill out and then they submit that, but it has the ability to actually submit attachments. So any supporting documentation they have. I don't know the actual amount that can be submitted on there, like how much or how many medical records can be submitted, but they have the ability to do that.
Okay, lovely, thank you.
Okay, any further questions?
Yeah, thank you. For the record, Jim Barnes. One of the problems we've seen is providers don't get their claims paid, sometimes within 90 days or more. Then when they're escalated to PEB, then they seem to get paid immediately. Is there some reason that the providers have to bring the claims to PEB first and you can't get them paid in a timely fashion without them when they just go directly to you?
There's no reason for that. Okay, I mean, like I said, we've had some challenges over the first 6 months. Okay, and we had some inventory that grew, and so as a result, that created some delays in claim payments. We fully expect that inventory is going to get down to normal levels. We should have, somewhere between 6 and 10 days worth of inventory on hand. There's going to be some that get extended because we ask for records, and so those could take longer. Okay, but in general, I think that issue hopefully will subside here over the course of the next 1 to 2 months.
Okay, that was. Any other questions? Being no more questions, thank you for your time today and being here. This is listed as an action item.
Is the action to accept the report?
Accept the report and
Leslie Biddleston, for the record, I move that the board support the report and the assessed penalties.
I'll second Linda Fox.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion passes unanimous. Move to agenda item number 10, presentation of PEB claims, experience and trend. The board and Sue.
Morning, everybody.
Morning.
For the record, I'm Richard Ward with Siegel, and
I'm Amy Cohen with Siegel.
I have agenda item 10 here, which is a presentation on PEB trends. And I'm going to hit the highlights and as we work through the 20-some pages that we have here. Just a summary of the agenda and the main points. We're going to review recent head costs that are specific to the plan for medical, drug, and dental. We'll compare those trends and costs against market and industry trends, which are summarized in an annual survey that Siegel conducts. And then we'll have the opportunity to talk a little bit about how we use that information in our pricing methodology. And then, of course, questions either at the end or along the way. I'm on page 2 now, the executive summary. So medical trend is running favorably recently, the last couple of years. We're projecting for the current plan year, it'll be about 3.3%. And pharmacy claims are running higher than in the past, excuse me, and are running higher than medical, but that's an industry-wide dynamic. Pharmacy claims trends are running higher than medical. And so the PEB trends for pharmacy are not unusual. We would like to see them lower, of course. And dental, particularly post-COVID, is running low, well below market trends. And we'll get into some specific comparisons here on the slides. Page 3. Just a little comment on different types of trends. The trends that we're primarily discussing here, especially our assumed trends going forward, are what we sometimes refer to as market trends. So it's not that I'm going to draw a distinction between that and a budget trend. A market trend reflects the expansion costs without making any program changes. So just continue forward in a baseline manner. And that reflects changes in utilization, changes in per service or per drug costs, and does not account for any action that PEB or the board might take. So it's before implementing new contracts or new programs or new initiatives or making plan changes. And this is an important initial step to understand just how costs are expected to change in the program before considering those specific items. And on page 3 here, we have 2 tables on the right side. One is a comparison of projected plan year 23 into 24 trends. So medical, we're assuming, and when we're doing the rate development and budget projections, 4% for medical, 8% for pharmacy, and that is on claims. I'll talk a little bit about claims, pharmacy claims trend, and then also factoring in the effective rebates. And then dental, we're assuming 1%. And compared to higher rates that are largely being assumed in the industry or expected in the industry. And then the table on the lower right, looking back a couple of years, the last 3 years or so, average trends for PEB, for medical and pharmacy have run lower than industry trends, and then dental is about the same, 0.7 versus 0.5 for the industry. Okay, moving on to page 4. This graph shows per capita costs, so PEPM costs per employee per month. And that's all costs for dependents and employees, and then allocated to each covered subscriber. So that includes per retirees, so per family unit. And I think the way to read this, there's a couple other graphs that are similarly constructed. At the beginning of the time period that we're reviewing here, which is mid-year of 2019, per PEPM was $566, and the most recent data that we have at the end of 22 is $598, and that translates to excuse me, to an annual trend of about 1.6%. But trends not level every year. there's some volatility into, I'll direct you to the table down below. And on the right column, there's an actual historic trend for 2021 in the second row, coming out of COVID or coming out of the initial effect of COVID, where there was utilization suppression in 2020. Claims trend was 15% on a per capita basis, but that's bracketed by 2 much lower years. So on average, that's how you get the 1 to 2% or perhaps 3% average trend. And then the other 2 columns compare the trend that was used in the governor's budget and the pricing trend that was assumed. The lower 2, the last 2 rows by Siegel and then our predecessors prior to that. And the distinction between the pricing trend and the budget trend accounts for or recognizes that there might be initiatives implemented, plan design changes made, or just new contracts. Moving on, pharmacy. We have 2 lines here in this graph. The blue line at the top is just claims, and this is outpatient pharmacy. And again, on a per capita basis, PEPM, $158 at the beginning of the period, and a $208 per employee per month rate. At the end of the period, that's about a 90% annual trend. And the increases in pharmacy, then less volatile than what we're seeing in the medical or claims costs. And in the table below, that the trend rates have been steadily increasing over the last couple of years. And we're expecting 10.5% for 2023. That is mitigated by the new contract that began this plan year with Express Scripts that has much more favorable rebate guarantees. So these are payments from the drug manufacturers that ESI collects on behalf of PEB when specific medications are prescribed and utilized by PEB members. And as the claims are increasing for this year, the increase in the rebates was substantial enough that we're anticipating a negative net trend for those 2. But that's because of this mostly one-time reset of the rebate guarantees. I wouldn't expect that same dynamic in future years, because what's happened is the new contract has reset to a higher level, and then that higher level is going to gradually increase, and we would over time rather than another giant step up. So I would expect on a net basis a similar claims trends going forward. Move for dental. See in the graph in the middle there's a candle for the effect of COVID. And claims trend on a per capita basis, flat. Started out at $51 PEPM in the far left, and then far right at the end, it's $50. And similar to the medical, direct you to the table at the bottom. The actual trend in the far right, 2021, has a 13.1% trend. And that's also bracketed by much lower trends in the year before and the years after. And then a comparison between the pricing trends and the budget trend. And generally speaking, dental trends at the lowest rate of these 3 service categories. Now, moving on to compare against what's happening in the industry. Every year, Siegel conducts a health cost trend survey. So the result, what we do is we solicit expectations and results for prior years from carriers, administrators, PBMs, insurers in the industry. So we get information from Express Scripts, from UMR, from UHC, and Delta Dental, and other like entities in the industry. And they tell us, they indicate what they expect trend to be for the next year. And then they also tell us what they experienced in their books of business the prior year. So the Siegel Trend Survey is really an amalgamation that's representative of what is happening in the industry. It's not our assumptions. It's a compilation of industry expectations. So it's a good comparison to use when reviewing a particular plan as a benchmark against the industry. And this most recent year, and I think our reach into the input that we received from the industry is fairly comprehensive. We received input from 323 insurers, administrators, carriers, and PBMs. So pretty broad representation. Page 8. This shows the actual trends in the industry for medical, drug, and dental. The green line is pharmacy. The blue line that starts off in the middle is medical, and then the orangish line is dental. And across the industry, we saw similar activity or similar results where there was a decline in 2020 and then a strong bounce back, and then maybe a return to what you might consider more normal trends. And for 2023, the industry is indicating on average 9.8% trend for pharmacy, and that compares to 8% trend that we're assuming for PEB. 7.4% for medical compared to the 4% that we're assuming for PEB, and then for dental, 4% is the expectation in the industry, and our projections assume 9%. Now we have a couple of slides that compare PEB with actual to expected in the industry. And on page 9, so the dotted line is the expected trend or the projected trend in the survey. So in calendar year 2019, the industry expected a trend of 7.1, and the next year 6.8. And what actually happened was 6.8, so pretty close to the 7.1, but then a minus 2.1% trend in 2020, well below the 6.8. You can see the lighter blue line is PEB that kind of mirrors that for those 2 years, and then we're expecting to level off here or get closer to industry. And then similar patterns for the pharmacy and I'll just say a few words here about how we use these. And there's I'll maybe leave some of this for pleasure. But on page 14, there's a high-level overview of the basic steps for our pricing and rating methodology. We take historic claims. We generally take 24 months of experience, so that helps provide stability. As you were seeing in some of these prior years, there can be some volatility from year to year. So we want to use a reasonably credible set of data that provides stability to the degree possible in our projections. So we take the historic data and enrollment, we trend it forward on a per capita basis using these market trends, project that forward to the experience period, and then we account for changes that we know or that are anticipated between the experience period and the projection period. That could be changes in demographics, enrollment, people migrating from one plan to the other, some of the programs that we've approved to be implemented for the next year, new contracts, vendor contracts, things that we anticipate to happen with provider costs. So all of those things get accounted for. And we get projected claims per capita cost. And then we add admin fees. Sometimes we call them fixed costs for PEB admin, for your vendor contracts, and just other operational and administrative costs that get included into the full rates. And then And then we develop those rates specific to by plan and by tier and by member group or category. By that I mean state versus non-state, active employees versus retirees, and then the different coverage tiers, single, family, and so on in the 3 plans. And then the next couple of pages, this has some detail on that. It's really what's more detail on what I just saw. So I'll stop there and see if there's any questions. Discussion.
Leslie Bilston for the record. This is a question about the pharmacy, since you said it was a big up. Is that due to costs or more folks taking medications or more folks taking multiple medications? What was really the driver?
It is due to utilization and the continued introduction and development of high cost medications. So the new drugs that come to market, that have been coming to market and are expected to continue to come to market, are higher cost medications. So there's some categories or some specific drugs where it only takes a handful of people for that medication or that category to appear for the first time in your top 20 drug costs or your 20 most expensive drugs.
And we see doctors prescribing these newer medications.
Yes.
Okay.
Betsy Aiello for the record. Do you have PEB projected consistently lower than the industry? And I'm just curious, is you think it's access to medical providers, or do you, from what you've gleaned, are you able to see why you're projecting us lower?
That could be some of it. We see state health plans in general being more stable than other plans or other employers in the industry. So the industry data here is market-wide for the entire commercial market. So you get input, like I said, from UMR and UHC, and Cigna, Aetna, and Kaiser even. And those, the groups and the employers represented in that industry data are very diverse. So there's private employers, large and small, state health plans, but generally state health plans run more stable. They may have higher costs or lower costs, but the annual changes are generally less volatile than we see in private employers.
Some of these graphs look.
Yeah,
pretty bad.
setting the last couple of years aside, but that's.
Okay, yes.
Thank you. Just going.
So I'm looking at page 12 of your presentation, and item number 2, and I wonder, what is the real risk to PEB? Because we do have a lot of new contracts in place, which is a good thing. But what is the risk of inflation driven by providers to us? And when does it become a bigger risk if we have, like, how long do our contracts go? Because, I think all of us can say that it took a little while, but even I'm feeling price increases at the grocery store now. So if medical starts to follow, we could be in for a really rude shock. So I'm just wondering how our contract's going to protect us, and then when the risk becomes real for the plan.
Excellent question. Because this is a relatively recent, to highlight, as
right
in a discussion like this, it's always been there. But as we talked about with the staffing shortages and vacancy rates, providers are feeling the same thing. It's becoming more challenging for them to recruit not just clinicians, but administrative staff, billing staff, and to recruit and retain the talent that they need. They're in many cases needing to pay more, or they're going to need to pay more, and that's going to create some upward pressure on their costs. And when UMR or other networks are negotiating with their contracted providers, those providers may not be able to agree to the same level of discounts that they have historically because they have these cost of business pressures. And I think we're going to see that as these contracts come up for negotiation and renewal. And that the terms of these contracts vary. Sometimes they're annual renewal, sometimes they're for 2 or 3 year guarantee periods of guarantee. So some provider contracts might not change for another year or 2. And we're still not sure what that's going to look like. One of the things that we had been concerned about 6 months ago, maybe or a year ago, more so than now, is supply chain pressures, which is creating price pressures for the material stuff that providers need to provide care. That's maybe less of an issue now. So I think we've identified it as something to be mindful of and to monitor, but we still don't really know what that pressure is going, what the effects of that upward pressure.
Okay, just to follow up, I'd be remiss if I, as a pro-employee person, if I didn't point out that a lot of inflation is actually being driven by the fact that companies haven't been able to increase their profits for a long time, and they are now doing that. And I'm sure the medical field is the same because they're constrained so much through these contracts. So I'm sure that I'm sure the providers are all seeing the potential for an opportunity to raise their profits. So saying that, how much transparency do we have into kind of our contract with whoever's providing our network? How much transparency do we have into their contracts about when they're going to renew and how long they're for? That I don't know. Does anybody know?
So I don't know if Yamara wants to come up and.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, we might want to jump in here because I think typically our contracts are 3-year contracts. Okay, and they don't all come together. They kind of space out. Okay, so some renew this year, some next year, some the year after. Okay, but I think, and I'm going to let my compatriot here answer in a minute too, but we've seen across the country a lot of pressure on our pricing. Okay, on top of that, we've also seen just recently that Medicare made some changes in reimbursements. Okay, and so when government reimbursements go down, there's also more pressure on the facilities and the physicians to raise commercial rates because they got to still sort of balance the books, right? So all those things are having an impact. So everything that he told you is absolutely true. There is considerable pricing pressure, but I'm going to see if he wants to add anything to what I just added.
No, absolutely. J.C. Jefferson for the record. Yes, so I manage the contract negotiations for Upland County and healthcare in the Nevada market. And as Helmut said, yes, our agreements are normally 3 to 5 years. We try to do 5 years, but most of them are around 3 years. And so over the last couple of years since COVID, I've been hearing that from hospitals, providers, like you said, they're seeing inflation costs going up, so they're asking for higher increases, and some of them are raising their bill charges for that reason. As Helmut mentioned too, Medicare, I'm hearing that as well, where Medicare is decreasing rates. So contracts that we pay at a percentage of Medicare, they're looking for us to not harm them to where, especially for commercial members, if we pay a commercial rate at Medicare level, they don't want to get hit with the Medicare decreases for their commercial payments. They're going to get hit on Medicare. So they're looking for commercial plans to subsidize that, some of those increases from the government too.
Okay, thank you.
Laura Rich for the record. I just want to add to that. I believe it was the Nevada Hospital Association that I watched them testify to the legislature, and they had a pretty good presentation. As they're saying, the commercial market has to subsidize Medicaid and Medicare, and because providers they're not recouping their costs through any Medicare or Medicaid patients. Medicaid, I think it's between 25 and 33% of the population in Nevada. And so, is that right, April? Okay, so we've got a lot of Medicaid recipients, and the commercial market, which is PEB and every other private and public insurer, is picking up the costs, and we're, you know, subsidizing for the Medicaid population and the Medicare population. And so, yeah, that pressure, if Medicaid rates don't go up, if those reimbursement rates don't go up, if Medicare reimbursement rates are dropping or also not increasing, it puts additional pressure on the commercial market. And so we are subject to that. And I think that's very important to recognize that we subsidize.
Can I ask a follow-up?
Yes.
Michelle Kelly for the record, follow-up for UMR actually. So we have, you have contracts for 3 to 5 years. Do providers have an out? As in, if they came to you and they said, you know, our costs have gone up so much, we need to renegotiate and we need to do it now. And you said no. Do they have like a 30-day termination?
Yes, both, most of our contracts allow both of us to get out at any time. And most of the time we try to put a time frame on it. We said, okay, after this date, we have 90 to 180 days to terminate the contract if we don't agree terms.
Yeah. Okay. So that's a risk as well, that we don't play and then we lose small providers from the plan, I guess.
Right. Yeah, so they
Thank
could have,
you.
but it's not 30 days, it's at least 90 or 180.
Yeah, at least 90 to 180. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So, and there'll be a notice, you know, and typically, sometimes they use that as a negotiating strategy too. Say, we're gonna drop out of the network unless you give us more rates. And so then that puts pressure on us to try to negotiate with them. Obviously, in some of those situations, we'll notify you about a provider that might be dropping out so that you're aware of that. So members, and we have at a certain point in time, we have an obligation to notify members. I think it's 30 days. 30 days before a provider is going to drop, we do have to notify members that this provider's contract is going to terminate. So we would send a member notification out if we get to that 30-day mark.
Thank you.
Any further questions? All right, thank you.
Richard, you
Yes.
may as well stay.
Okay.
Oh, unless, are we gonna take a break?
Gotta work hard for that. He's a taskmaster over there.
Yeah, that's where I was going. It's right at noon. Do we want to take a 15-minute break and get through the rest of the day, or do we want to take a longer break and try to get lunch?
Short breaks.
Short break.
Yeah.
I just don't want to push people. I don't want to take expectations. We'll come back at 12:15. Thank you.
Oh, you spoke to the guy.
It was like a year.
Call the meeting back to order.
And then they out of Chicago, and they said they could send it, and we built. But she had her
Everybody ready?
I'm having a good social time over here, sorry.
We'll move on to agenda item number 11. We'll call the meeting back to order and move on to agenda item number 11. Before we go on, everything's good on the YouTube and Zoom and everything. We're still connected. Everybody's good.
Yes, Chair Rob. Everything's good to go.
All right. Thank you much. Okay. Number 11, discussion and possible action to include plan year 24, July 1, 2023 through June 30, 2024, which is state and non-state employees, retirees, and their dependents for consumer-driven health plan, low deductible plan, exclusive provider organization plan, and health maintenance organization plan for possible action.
So Laura Rich for the record. This is, I'm not going to go into the background portion of this report because I think the Siegel team did a good job of explaining how rate development is what goes into the rate development process and how that typically goes. But just for the newer board members who haven't been around, typically we at least provide a little bit of that background as we get into the rate setting process. But there is obviously some underwriting, we look at enrollment, then we apply those admin loads. Admin loads are contractual type, the operational expenses, things like that. And then we look at the tiering. And so the tiering is a board approved methodology to identify the rates for each of the different tiers. And then the last step is the additional component of that life insurance. So as you heard from the Siegel team, fortunately, PEB has had a fairly favorable claims experience this year overall. And on top of that, we've had several programs that we have approved with projected savings as well. And so all of this is going to have a very positive impact on overall rates. And when I say the overall rate, it's the cost of the plan. Although the EPO and HMO have independently experienced a high medical loss ratio, which means that for those plans, we're actually bringing in less revenue than we are paying out in claims. The CDHP and low deductible plan have more than offset that. And so those deficiencies have been offset with the lower utilization and cost of those plans. Additionally, we've had a PBM market check that is going to be brought to the board at the May board meeting. That has not been taken into account into these rates. So that's going to be almost like an additional cushion because the rate setting was already done by the time that we finalized the PBM market check. So that should help future costs as well. So when we did when Siegel did the rate setting and looked at the rates, if we would have just applied the standard methodology, it would have resulted in a reduction of rates for this year. We're not proposing a reduction. We are proposing to maintain everything flat. And the reason for that is that, first of all, as you've seen, it's not reasonable to expect that healthcare costs are going to go down. They are going to increase. And so by keeping those rates flat, it lessens the pain when we have to increase them in the future. And so by decreasing the rates, even if it's just minor, next year, we're yo-yoing again, right? And so the whole point is to kind of keep things stable. And so what we're recommending is that these rates basically stay as is. There's a couple anomalies there. I think there's, remind me, is it the surviving spouse? There's a few different tiers specific that have to either increase or decrease, but for actives and retirees, state active, state retirees, we are maintaining the status quo. The rates, the premiums that are in place today are being proposed to stay in place for the next plan year. By doing this, we are generating a plan surplus is what we're going to call it. It's because we know we're bringing in more revenue than we need. So what we're going to do with this, or what the proposed plan to do with this, is that next year we do know that there is a potential, because in our budget we've got lower budgeted trend than what the Siegel team has projected. Now, we've seen that things change and that there's, projected versus actual. But we have to be somewhat realistic. We have to be realistic, and we have to understand that in that pharmacy trend specifically, we're expecting much higher pharmacy trend than we have budgeted for in our budget. So there's things like the PBM market check that will help offset that. By keeping rates flat, we are basically creating a almost $2.5 million, $2.4 million nest egg, projected nest egg, so that next year, when there's a potential to have to increase rates, we have that little chunk of money to mitigate that, to mitigate the impact on members. And if it turns out that things are amazing and great and healthcare costs didn't go up and we don't have to increase rates, well, then that's great. Then we take that $2.5 million and we distribute it in other ways. For example, HSA and HRA funding, that's an easy way to distribute that money back to members. But on that off year, when we don't have a safety net, it's good to be able to create our own safety net. And so the proposal here is really just to keep rates flat. There is no changes to the majority of the rates. And I think the purpose of this is to really create some stability in member premiums and just in general in our plan, so that we're not continuing to yo-yo up and down for members, and that disruption is mitigated as much as possible. So with that, I'll stop. I don't know if Siegel wants to add anything to that. Okay.
Yes, Tom Bertucci for the record. What is the state policy or the board policy on the state subsidy contributions? Is it even to all three groups?
Correct. So the subsidy is applied evenly to all three groups. Correct.
Okay, so in this pricing model, is the subsidy amount even all three, or are there one or two groups that are receiving more, maybe one or two receiving less?
So that methodology was applied, but I'm gonna pass it to the Siegel team, because I know there's adjustments as well for other things where it changes it a little bit.
Okay, thanks. So the base, Richard Ward for the record, the base subsidy, the AGES or the REGI, is applied uniformly. It varies by coverage tier. Family tier has a higher dollar allocation, single, for example, but from the high deductible to the low deductible to the EPO, within one coverage tier, they're identical. Where there are some variations is to account for the plan design buy down that was adopted a year ago or 2 years ago. I'm sorry, it was before my
A
time.
few years ago, yeah.
And those plan design changes are not uniform from one plan to the other. So that has resulted in that's the second adjustment being specific to each plan to align with the benefit changes that were implemented for each of those plans. So just to summarize, the base subsidy that comes from the governor's budget, the Aegis and Reggie, that is uniformly applied to each plan. And then adjustments because of some changes in plan benefits and how that's being tracked and allocated and funded. There's an additional small amount that is a little bit different from one plan to the other because those changes are specific to each of the three plans.
Good, thank you.
Ms. Betsy, I'd like even a little bit more clarification. I know things are so complex, it's hard to simplify them. So I'm just gonna say, let's start with employee only. The rate for CDHP is $6.52, base subsidy $6.20. Then that adjustment is a negative adjustment. And so that means that that plan got some benefits that made it richer so that the subsidy the other way has less.
Yeah.
What is that? I know you tried to make it simple, but it's hard.
That's a combination of the benefit buy down plus the amounts needed so that the number in the right, the participant premium is exactly the same as what it is this year.
So that's that.
So what,
to keep the premium the same, the rate itself that you've worked out, that would be the cost for this year.
the 46.
The 652.46
The 652.46 is the projected full cost.
for this year.
Correct.
And so then there's the subsidy.
Right, that's.
And then
Aegis
to do the
allocation.
participant premium, to keep it the same for this year, that's where the other number came from. It's not
Right.
for added benefits or decreased benefits. It's an in-between number.
It accounts for both actually. So with the added benefits, there's a cost to that. But then to get the participant premium matches this year because as Officer Rich was saying, they would otherwise go down. And the proposal is to keep them level. The balance of the two results in a projected surplus of $14.59 for that particular. per
Which
month.
then helps pay for the EPO and HMO that has a positive 9.59. Would you say that then, or would that one have to go up 9.59 if this one didn't have?
No,
14?
the adjustments are two components. There's the benefit buy down. And then any other adjustment that might be needed so that the participant premiums are exactly the same as this year.
And I just want to clarify, so the benefit buy down, because we live this, they don't, so I just want to clarify. So the benefit buy down is, if you recall, a couple of years ago when we had an excess, we had $26 million on the board, chose to plan stair step the benefits, to reinstate the benefits and pay for them over 3 years. And so in our budget, what happened in the way that this occurred is that excess was just worked into our budget. And so that's when we talk about the benefit buy down, it's spending that excess that was kind of absorbed into our budget to pay for those reinstated benefits. So it's two components. It's that, and it's also the keeping benefit or keeping premiums the same. So there's two price tags associated to that.
And Michelle Kelly for the record, follow up. But just to be really clear, whatever the reason, this chart, in order to keep rates flat, high deductible PPO participants, so participants who choose to pay the least every month, but have pay 100% of the costs when they need services, they are we're saying to them, hey, we're going to keep your $14.59 instead of reducing your premium in case rates go up next year. But then if we go over to the EPO, that plan for this year already cost $10 more than we're charging. And so we're applying a credit. So we're moving away from the $620.09 subsidy, employer subsidy, because we're giving them an extra $9.59 to keep them even, so that we can keep that flat. And that's across all of the tiers on both the high deductible and the EPO. And while I'm very much in favor of this, I think you've done a great job, Laura. So please, I know I tend to be the critical one, but I really just want the best plan. And I think these discussions sometimes are really helpful. But however you phrase it, right now, one employee is not getting the same subsidy. Because if I'm in the high deductible PPO, I'm actually getting $6.41 subsidy, because that adjustment's not coming back to me. And it might not come back to me, right? Because we don't know what the trend's going to be. And whereas someone who's in the EPO, HMO, who they've agreed to pay more every month because they do have more coverage, although it's still not ideal. So I'm going to get all those emails saying the EPO really isn't very good, but that's the reality, right? So they're actually getting $630 of subsidy. At some point, when we come back to the formula, they are going to have premium shock, because if the EPO continues to cost more than we're charging, that's a problem, right?
Do you want to address that, Richard? I think you might do a better job.
Well, let's find out. Currently, employees in different plans do receive different subsidies once you combine everything together, because the value of the benefit buy down, if I keep using that term, is not exactly the same from plan to plan. So already employees in the EPO versus the CDHP they're different total subsidies based into the rates for plan year 23. And as I was saying earlier, that's due to the benefit enhancements being different from one plan to the next. So there's a different dollar allocation associated with those different benefit enhancements.
Can I just interrupt? I was on the board when we did that, and a big part of deciding how to do it was the actuarial, ensuring that the actuarial value of each of the things that were added back in was the same to maintain the integrity of the rates, I thought.
There were some changes because of the low deductible plan. Remember, so the low deductible plan did not exist when we tried to bring things back to pre-pandemic levels, right? And so, but the low deductible plan did not exist during that pre-pandemic, right? It was brought in 2021, I think. So there had to be adjustments to both plans in order to kind of squeeze in the low deductible in the middle, right? So the EPO and the CDHP, otherwise you have three of the same plans. You know, so we had to make different adjustments to that middle plan, or actually to the other two plans, so that the middle plan fit in. So there were some changes, and yes, the EPO, just because it is a richer plan, when you reinstate benefits, you know, you're giving really a higher, yeah, it's costing more. It is, and with the CDHP, it's costing less.
Any further discussion or questions?
Just a follow-up, I'm sorry, Michelle Kelly for the record. So how do we get back to the formula without it hurting? Like, you know, I mean, we keep hearing we've got this X plus X, you know, X is an adult, Y is a child, and that we apply the employer subsidy kind of equally. We try to be agnostic about what plan people select. So then how do we get back to the formula without someone having to feel some pain? And when do we do that?
I think with this, Richard Ward for the record, I think with this proposed approach, there's going to be, as Officer Rich was noting, there's an anticipated surplus to be developed, or a nest egg that is available for plan year 25 to provide the board with flexibility in considering different benefit combinations and different premiums, participant premiums. And I think you end up, conversely, you're more likely to have a situation when you don't have that flexibility, where you're forced to make everything balance out with the budgeted, with the Aegis and the Reggie. So you have an additional amount that you can use to, at your discretion, to smooth out changes from year to year, or keep them flat for another year if things work out very favorably. I think going into the second year of the biennium without that, then you may be in a situation a year from now where we have the projected costs, the full costs, and then we have whatever comes from the Aegis and the Reggie. And then the participants have to pay everything else. And so this gives you some flexibility in that regard, like what we're discussing right now, or you're discussing right now.
Thank you for that. Michelle Kelly for the record. I'm in favor of the approach presented today. I think my concern is, and I want our members to understand, that this approach is subsidizing one plan a little more, a tiny bit more, over the others. And at some point, if we apply board policy and board decisions before, those people who are currently getting the subsidization, because I think the EPO has been running high for this long, so if it continues to run high, at some point there's going to be a real sticker shock there. I mean, the rates are already not low because they do get these, fixed affordable copays when they seek services. So I just, for me, it's really about warning participants, the rates are staying flat, but that's not really the story. And then it would be remiss of me not to mention that many people are in the high, in fact, our most population is in the high deductible plan. And we keep hearing from participants how they're paying too much every month and then they're not getting any coverage. And while this is only 2.5 million, so it makes sense to keep it in the kitty, like that $15 is significant of a plan that doesn't provide any coverage for the first, I'm going to get it wrong, $2,000. I'm not sure what the deductible is. $1,500. So you get no coverage for $1,500. So, and people paying $46 for that a month. So they're really just insuring the risk of a catastrophic incident, right? So, but as I say, I'm in favor of this approach. I just think that every time we do something like this, I think that getting back to applying the formula gets a little further out of our reach, I feel like. How do we get back to balancing the plan so that we are subsidizing each equally?
So Janelle Woodward for the record. Just a thought on there, because people take the EPO or HMO because it's easier for them to pay that higher rate and pay as you go, because you typically will have more things that they have to go to the doctor for or whatever. They don't have $1,500 in their pocket to start out the year with. So, and then people who are going to be in that high deductible are going to be ones that go less to the doctor and have less to cover. So they get less right at the first, but they're also paying $46 versus 160 something every time. So it kind of works out. When I was working with insurance, we would explain it. You're either paying it up front or you're paying it later. So you make your choice on which plan you pick. But the coverage is essentially the same. It's just when you're paying that cost upfront, or because the EPO now has a deductible, it has the copay, has all the same things.
Right. So Michelle Kelly for the record, I absolutely understand that. I guess the only thing I'd maybe disagree with you on is that the only people in the high deductible PPO are people who have $1,500 available to spend on their medical. Because I actually think for many of our low-paid employees, they stay on that plan because it costs less, and they just hope, or they deny themselves coverage or whatever. But I guess, you know, my point is still that when this measure goes through, the EPO people we're subsidizing their benefit. All employees are subsidizing those members' benefits just a tiny bit. And at some point, all the members aren't going to do that anymore.
For the record, this is Amy Cohen. I just want to also remind everyone that that high deductible health plan is an HSA qualifying plan, meaning that's a minimum deductible prescribed by the IRS. And they do have a $1,500 deductible, but they're also getting that HSA and HRA contribution. So they don't have to have the full $1,500. They're going to get funded that $600 right at the beginning of the plan year. So they have that plus anything they've accumulated in prior years.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, do we have a motion?
I'll make the motion to approve the rates as outlined and recommended by staff.
Technical ability, technical adjustments.
With the ability, with the approval for technical adjustments as we move through the process.
Okay,
I will second Linda Fox.
we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes unanimous. Thank you for your presentation and time today. We've already done agenda item 12, so we'll move on to agenda item 13. Presentation and possible action on status of approval of new PEP contracts, contract amendments, and solicitations.
Thank you. For the record, Carrie Eaton. Item number 13.1 is just an overview of the current active PEP contracts, and no action is necessary. 13.2, we don't have any new contracts for approval. 13.3.1 is requesting the PEP board approve a contract amendment to the Siegel contract. PEP contracted with Siegel for actuarial consulting services effective April 12th, 2022, with a termination date of June 30th, 2027. This contract amendment increases the maximum contract authority for the duration of the contract by $295,410. This increase is mostly due to several unplanned projects this year and updating the schedule of future RFPs. PEB recommends that the board authorize staff to amend the contract between PEB and Siegel to update the fee schedule and increase the contract maximum. I'll stop there for questions.
Any questions? Okay.
I was going to ask a question. Is this, Leslie Biddleston, for the record, is this already budgeted, this additional funds?
Carrie, for the record, yes, we have a work program moving funds around, and we did include this in our work program for next month's IFC.
That means you got it on IFC.
Yes, we did, surprisingly. We were told we were off and then we're back on.
Okay.
Did you want to
we want to
approve this one now and then move on, or just everything at once?
Leslie Biddleston move to approve as recommended by PEB.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes unanimous.
Thank you. Carrie Eaton for the record. Item 13.4.1 is due to the item number 12 report. It's requesting the PEB board cancel the solicitation ratification for the eligibility enrollment RFP that was approved on March 24th, 2022. PEB staff will collaborate with the State Office of Project Management to identify a vendor for the new PEB eligibility and enrollment solution and the state's ERP project. Due to this path, the RFP is no longer necessary. So PEB recommends board cancel the previously approved solicitation ratification. Take any questions.
Any further discussion?
Linda Fox for the record. This is what we discussed earlier, correct? Okay, so I'll make a motion.
Okay.
Cancel power.
Motion, we have a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion passed unanimous. Thank you.
Carrie Eaton for the record again. Item number 13.5 is an overview of the current in progress contract solicitations. We are continuing to work on the cancer concierge and medical management RFPs with Siegel and should have a better grasp of the timeline of these procurements soon. And no action is necessary on this item.
Okay, any questions or discussion? Seeing none. Was that? That's it. Okay, I just wanted to make sure we didn't have anything. All right, we'll move on to agenda item 14, public comment. Any public comment, Carson? Seeing none. Any public comment on Zoom?
Chair Rob, we don't have anyone currently in the attendees lobby. Do you want me to put up the slide and give them a moment?
Please do, just in case somebody's on YouTube. And
Will do. One moment, please.
It doesn't think so.
all right, if nobody switched over, we will adjourn. Thank you, everyone, for your time.
Or Chair Rob, I'm just putting up the slide right now. Sorry.
Oh, okay. I'm just trying to get out of here.
I know.
Trying to help everybody else get out of here too.
We're hungry.
You guys' choice, get out lunch.
Just get up so we're done.
Nobody?
No one has joined yet, Chair Rob. I can end it right now if you'd like.
Yes, that's fine. So, I would like to thank staff. This is well put together meeting. I know it was extra work to have it in person, but I truly do appreciate it. With that, we will adjourn.